and then there we go. There we go. And I can go here because there's this. Every Black Republican is leaving the House, erasing diversity gains. This is kind of funny. LOL. Sucks to suck. This appeared on my feed. Mehdi challenges Grand Platinum on his tattoo and more. And so we can watch this as like a preamble to like the Graham Plattner discussion. Cause I put it in my Discord. It was kind of funny, but not really funny. Please stop putting this man on my feed. I don't even know if I have my Discord even open. Hold on. Money keep going in. I can't lose. Money keeps going in. I can't lose. Hello? Yeah, I got it. I found it. Is this tweet? It wasn't actually this tweet specifically. It was actually this tweet that appeared on my feed. How are the Grand Platinum brown shirts doing these days? And I'm like, how did this get through my filter? Because for those of you who don't know, I have Grand Platinum muted in like 4 different ways on Twitter, specifically to avoid like this discourse from hitting my feed. The apostrophe S? Maybe, but like Twitter can't be that bad, right? Twitter cannot be that bad where if I mute a word, that word and all its derivatives with apostrophes and all make it through. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. I guess that's what happens when you fire your entire software development team, you know? You fire and kill all the programmers, and this is what you kind of get, you know? But I got this, and then Tabernacle and Mike went back and forth a bunch about freaking Grand Platinum, which I think is actually interesting. I think it's an interesting discussion. So we can actually dip into it just to take a little look see and see, because I have thoughts. My preliminary thoughts is like, this is just what the Tabernacle does. If you follow the Tabernacle for any amount of time on Twitter, you will know that this is just what he does. It'll just be every day it'll be a tweet of being like, how is the ContraPoints left doing? And it's specifically rage bait to make you upset. You know what I mean? Or like, how is like the chorus left? Or how is the Grand Platinum left? Or how is the horse penis left? It's specifically like rage bait on like not even specifically American leftists, but I really likes Plattner. He and Ugopnik should do an episode on him. I don't know how I feel about Plattner. I don't need to say more. Well, but I will be fair. Like, I'll take a look at, because my biggest criticism of Plattner, not my biggest criticism, one of my criticisms of Plattner is he doesn't do any contentious interviews. Right? He only goes to Glaze sessions. And so if Zateo and Mehdi Hassan actually have a decently contentious interview where he holds his feet in the fire and he actually acknowledges his tattoo and his past meaningfully, right? Then my opinion will change to a certain extent. But he just hasn't done it yet. He only goes to Glaze sessions. He only goes to Glaze Fest for people who will glaze him. And like, you can't, in my opinion, you can't criticize Gavin Newsom for doing exactly that and then be okay with Grand Platinum doing that as well. You know what I mean? Because Gavin Newsom does exactly that as well. Gavin Newsom doesn't go on any contentious spaces. So does Kamala Harris. They never go on any contentious spaces. They only go to people who they know will not challenge them, right? I think that's a hallmark of a bad leader, because you're going to be in situations where you are challenged. right? And I want to see when you're running for office, you be challenged so that we can see how you deal with that challenge, right? That's a very important part of, especially being a leftist or running, even though Graham Platter's not a leftist, right? Because when it comes into a year or 2 years from now, right, and you have to make a tough decision, I want to see how you handle that pressure when you're being pressed uh, by like left wing media. That's why El Said is able to go on Fox News. Yeah, and he does very well on Fox News. Zohar Mamdani also does it, right? But they also engage with like leftist critique. It sounds like Plattner, but I feel like he's intentionally avoiding coming on into his stream. I wonder why. Because of how divided the chat is on Graham Plattner. And I'll say this: I don't think Hassan likes like Graham Plattner specifically, like as an individual. I think Hassan likes that he's popular and he's saying the correct things, right? I think Hassan understands why people don't like Graham Plattner, right? And I think he's kind of balancing it, especially as far out as we are from the primary itself. We're not actually that far anymore, but I think as we get closer, I don't think you won't see Graham Plattner on Hassan's stream. You know, like his issue with Plattner is trust because he's saying a lot of the right things. It's hard to trust someone who said that they wanted to have an adventure to kill people in response to why did you listen to the Marine Corps? Yeah, and I think a lot of people, including Hassan, don't understand the comparison to Fetterman, right? Because whenever people bring up a comparison to Fetterman, like, oh, you know, he may be a Fetterman. The issue is not that like he'll have a stroke and then he'll go off the deep end on Israel or whatever. That's not what the issue is. The issue is Fetterman got elected by saying all of the correct things, right? But before he was elected, there were signs that he was not like pro-Palestine. You know, there were signs that he was iffy on Israel, right? There were red flags there, and there were red flags that we ignored, right? Not we, because I was never a Fetterman person, putting it out there. But there was red flags that the wider left ignored in order for the idea of getting somebody left wing elected. And it's not saying that Graham Plattner will be a Fetterman, but it is important to distinguish on the campaign trail whether or not somebody is saying something because they want to win or because they are genuine in their positions, right? And again, there is usefulness in somebody, of us pushing somebody in because they want to say the correct things, even if they don't truly believe it, right? But it's important for us to know that so that we're not like confused when they get in and they start doing stuff. They're like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this thing that we, they said they were saying they were going to do the other thing and then they didn't do thing. Why is that not the case, right? And so it's important to look at the totality of a person, not just what they're saying in the interim, and be like, do they actually believe this? How do they come to these conclusions, right? How can we see and make sure that they are actually valid and justified in their beliefs? And if that's the case, then then maybe, support this person or not. But on top of that, understanding that like when you have the history that Graham Plattner has, people are not going to like him. You got to eat that, you got to understand that. I don't know what you want me to say. Like people are not going to like the dude. They're not. You have to understand that. And it's infinitely less worthwhile of our time to yell at the leftists being like, how dare you not support this Blackwater mercenary? Right? Instead of actually, I don't know, talking about him positively. You feel me? I think that's very silly. I also think that because he understands he's currently on track to win pretty substantially against both Mills and primary cause in general, that he doesn't see the need to take unnecessary risks that could potentially hurt him. And if he truly changed and he thinks he can prove that to his left critics once he's in power and doing the right things, again, assuming he has a real change of heart. Yeah, but that's not how that works. You know what I mean? Like that could be the case for like Kamala Harris. She's like, oh no, guys, you don't understand. I need to win the election first, and once I win the election, then I can save Palestinian lives. I'm like, that's not how that works. If you want to garner the support of these people, right? and you want to go down that path, you have to be okay with them not being happy with you or being upset at you, right? Which is why I'm like, it's silly to like yell at the people who currently don't like him, right? But even separate from that, I don't even care about the point of like winning elections or whatever. It's about like acknowledgement of the harm that you've caused. This is a very basic principle of mine, is that like if you cause harm, if you step on somebody's foot, you apologize for it, right? It's, hey, if you did something that was bad, you acknowledge that harm. I don't care about how electorally poisonous it is, right? Oh no, I can't apologize for calling you a slur because then people are going to think that I'm weak. Like that's not how I engage with with politics. I'm sorry, personally, right? And this is my personal thing. You don't have to agree with me on that, but like you're not gonna change my mind if you're just gonna be like shut up and deal with it or whatever. You know? I don't know. Give me a second. Ugh. Money keeps going in. I can't lose. Money keeps going in. Okay, I'm back. I had to close my door. Dude, my chair keeps sinking. That means I weigh too much. But anyway, we can get to the Grand Platinum stuff in a second and continue on to it. So this is both Grand Platinum. I don't really care about this specifically or this. We covered this. I can come miles from Maine. Honestly, Platinum is catering to his population very well, even if he's pissing us off. I don't really care. And then there's also this. I don't know if y'all saw this. And then there's this, the track APAC stuff. I don't know if y'all saw that either. And there's one more thing I want to talk about. It's my title, isn't it? Oh, Bada Banana. Where's the Boots Rally tweet at? Where's it at? There's this. I'm trying to find the actual like I think he deleted the actual tweet, the first tweet. Jeez Louise. Sorry, I clicked on a tweet and then like the three people who are in the reply. I'll show you this because this is quite hilarious. I just saw. I clicked on this tweet. Three of the people who are in a discourse with each other follow me. And maybe I'm the problem. This actually isn't the first tweet. This is actually the yeah. He took down the first tweet. That's what it was. Maybe I'm the issue. Is that I Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, we'll get into to that about. Someone said he's going after FD Signifier now. Is that true? I have him blocked on Twitter. At least one of his accounts blocked. This is your fault, indeed. I'll take the L for that. I saw the Lil Bill thing. I find it very strange he's going after FD Lil Bill in boots. I mean, it's because he's alt racist. Which, remember when I told y'all a few
As they
like, I don't know, it was a few like months ago or it's over a year ago at this point. It's just that like the same way that I described Ethan Klein applies to like Bad Panada. Is that like people liked Bad Panada because he was like using bad tactics against bad people. You know what I mean? Right? It's like Ethan Klein, who was like an anti-SJW reactionary, and he was doing that anti-SJW reactionary stuff against the anti-SJWs, and people were like, yeah, Ethan, you've changed, you're different. I'm like, no, he's doing the same stuff. He just chose different targets now. Don't applaud him because he's going to turn around and use it against you. And then October 7th happened and he turned around and used it against like the pro-Palestinian supporters. The Bad Panada is the exact same thing, right? It's that like he was always like an insane reactionary. The people liked it because it was happening against Ethan Klein. And they were more anti-Ethan Klein than they were principled leftists. They were like, yeah, Bad Panada, take down Ethan Klein. Take him down. But I'm like, he's gonna like he's an insane person. Like he's gonna same with both sides Tyler. Exactly. Same with both sides Tyler. I will say Bad Panada is at least more principled than both sides Tyler is, even if he's like more insane. But like at the very least, he's not like, I'm glad that I killed brown people overseas. Not to like, you know, give him any credit. But like both sides Tyler is insane. He's an insane person. You know? He's going incredibly hard on FD Lil Bill Boots Rally, another Latino YouTuber. It made fun of AV saying American Latinos aren't real oppressed people. The FD and Lil Bill are Zionists. I mean, he called like me a Zionist a while ago because like I was in the Ida's video and I said like a nice thing about Ethan Klein or whatever. So that's why you just gotta block him, you know. And I think that like to give a bit of a little bit of a what's it called, preamble to my take or preview to my take specifically is that like, you know, I think you shouldn't engage with them. You know, it's just that you don't really benefit at all by engaging with them. But we'll get into all of that. That's on the docket. Also, because thank you for the 9 months. Much appreciated. Yeah. What else was on the list? Grand Planet Discourse. Oh, do y'all see the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter? The light skinned okay, not Erop. The light skinned person uh was an Olivia Juliana fan. Like he was retweeting Olivia Juliana. And that's kind of crazy, right? Rad centrist, yeah. I saw a tweet that was like, "Wow, congrats, a Kamala Harris voter. He retweeted you." It's okay. Let's be real here. He probably had me blocked. Um, yeah, and Dylan Burns, which I mean, like again, how did Dylan Burns get away with? I don't trust anybody who has 1776 in their name. I still stand by that. Like, and Progressive Victory getting called out recently about something. I don't remember what it was. I think it was the thing that they were like, we're not endorsing any candidate that's not going to give military arms to Ukraine or whatever. It was that. And I'm like, oh, remember when I called them out and everybody was just like, oh no, you're doing infighting and stuff. So I was right about Olivia, the vindication, so I guess not blame Olivia, just calling out the hypocrisy. He's also on Blue Sky, which, yeah. Jimmy Ukraine is an Iron Dome is the white wedge issue as a registered Democrat. Yep, exactly. Notice how he's not on Threads. This is true. He's not on Threads. Ain't that something? What should we start with? Should we start with I don't want to start with Boots Riley. We can start with something smaller, like the APAC tracker stuff. And my vindication on Adam Mockler. Just see this. Something in the whole video breaking down how APAC tracker literally making shit up. APAC and then Yahoo special interest groups. I don't know how some of you are just okay with being lied to like this. Pick a topic. I am picking. This is the topic we're starting with. We're gonna start with this. Then we're gonna get to Grand Platinum. I almost called him something that would get me banned on Twitch, but I didn't. I stopped myself.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
This is funny because like I think I'll take like a slightly different position on this. I think that like this video is not entirely incorrect, right? Most of it is wrong and incorrect, but I think there is some truth. It's just something I talked about a while ago. There is some truth by the way that APAC tracker, right, kind of not going to say skews, but like will use its like hallmark green red graphic in order to position people that they like as like good and people that they don't like as bad, even if they, you know, have both gotten APAC money or got money from like pro-Israel special interest groups, right? That is a fair critique, which is something that they're addressing here, right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair, right? Even if I like some of the people that they also like, right? I think it's if you're gonna be, you know, we're gonna track APAC and then you expand that to be tracking pro-Israel donors, you have to be equal among that, right? If you track J Street for one person, you have to track J Street for both, right? Because I would like to know if like freaking, I don't know, Rokana or Rob Emanuel or like John Ossoff or, you know, somebody that like the left is positioning as like decent is still getting money from like, you know, J Street or pro-Israel lobbyists. Especially if we get that for like freaking Jasper Crockett, because it opens itself up to like, you know, now it's like okay, well I like this person, so we'll make a green graphic for them. And so I think that is a fair critique, I will say. But the rest of it is stupid and dumb, which is why like liberals cannot criticize anybody normally because they have a good critique and then they're like, well actually they're counting people who donated from California Jewish Democrats. What is that about? It's like, yeah, last year they were called California Democrats for Israel. They changed your name specifically so that you would have this line of defense. And you didn't do your research. Okay, we'll get to it. We'll get into it.
We have to
also, Ghost Stud, thank you for the 19 months. Much appreciated.
Talk about Track APAC. You've probably seen their graphics, and I have troubling news that essentially means that all of their numbers are wrong. So I was sent an Excel doc of their tracking of James Tallarico.
His face was a child. No, this isn't even Adam Mockler. He's just reposting a TikTok he saw. He was like, look at this guy talk about this on TikTok or whatever. Adam Mockler looks like a more of a child than this. To be, funnily enough, you probably saw him when he was on Hassan's. Sorry. All the numbers are wrong. Yeah, he's wrong about that. The numbers are correct, right? The real issue is that like some of their numbers are not like some people will have like J Street donations, but those are dictated as like green graphic because it's like they are sufficiently pro-Palestine enough, even though they have numbers or donors from like J Street. You know what I mean? So long as so basically you could get a bunch of APAC money, but so long as you call what Israel's doing a genocide, you get a green graphic. Not exactly, but that's kind of the idea behind why I had slight critiques of Track APAC. You know?
And it's
I will say the graphic thing is actually genius though. It's a genius hallmark that I think works very well visually to be like, hey, you don't want to put your face being put on this thing. Bow.
If you look closely, the majority of the funds...
But Track APAC has been transparent about that the whole time. Most of us agree with how they do it. No, I think it's bad. I don't think it's good. Right? I personally, this is my personal thing. I think if freaking I don't know, John Ossoff got money from AIPAC, or I don't know, Ro Khanna. If Ro Khanna got money for AIPAC, but he called it a genocide, I think he should still have a red graphic. I think you shouldn't say like green graphic because he acknowledges a genocide. You know what I mean? Like, no, if it's specifically about tracking like pro-Israel money, you have to be even-handed about who, like, you know, is this person getting money from AIPAC or other pro-Israel groups? Right? Or you can go back to saying, is somebody getting money for AIPAC? And then like have a separate system about like they are also good on Palestine. Right? But it is misleading to have somebody have a green graphic when they are getting you know, money from like pro-Israel special interest groups. But that is a misleading thing. I mean, the way that they're also cutting J Street money, etc., not letting Ro Khanna off the hook. No, I mean, like that's not what the criticism of, right? That's not what the criticism is, right? They should be counting J Street and other pro-Israel groups. In my personal opinion, the problem is that they're not counting it equally across people. Some people who get like money from pro-Israel groups aren't given the same graphic with the red money on it, and that's what the issue is. It's not like, what's the word? I don't know what the word is. It's not the same for certain politicians. That's not what he's criticizing them for. That's what I'm criticizing. Thank you, consistent. Right? That's my critique, not his critique. My critique.
Their tracking and their graphics are from lobby donors. What we discovered is how they define a lobby donor is anyone who has ever given an itemized donation to a pro-Israel or Jewish PAC. If this doesn't sound insane to you, here are 3 reasons why this methodology is insanely stupid. Number 1, we looked at the lifetime lobby donations of the people in the spreadsheet. Some of these individuals only gave $200 and not to AIPAC. Guys, someone that gave $200 10 years ago to the California...
Wait, it's funny because they also gave $200 to AIPAC and J Street.
California Jewish Democrats is not in the Israel lobby. To track every subsequent donation...
Oh no, sorry, this is the entirety of the donations, I think, potentially.
California Jewish Democrat.
I should have no idea what this. What is this? Is this a screenshot of a single donor's donation history? Because if it is, it shows that they gave money to AIPAC and J Street. And whatever NORPAC is not. Or sorry, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, Political Action Committee.
Israel lobby to track every sub.
So like, I don't really know. I'm getting the impression East Line is a different person. Yeah, but like.
Gave $200 and
that doesn't make any sense, because then what would this graph be? I think it's instead this is a graph of Tallarico, all the money that he got from these groups. That's what I think it is. So this isn't even about any specific donor. So like the Tallarico got, you know, these donations from J Street, I think. I'm guessing because he's cut out all of the context for this graph. Now I have to guess.
Lifetime lobby donations of the people in the spreadsheet. Some of these individuals only gave $200 and not to AIPAC. Guys,
Or assumedly, it's one donor that he looked at who gave money to all of these groups, but then they're also giving money to AIPAC and J Street, so then they should count, technically. Because it wouldn't make sense if each of these lines are individual donors that are giving individual dollars amounts to, like, I'm confused. I'm confused.
Someone that gave $200 10 years ago to the...
And that's not even getting into the fact that, like, the California Jewish Democrats changed their name from, I think, California Democrats for Israel or something. They were a specific pro-Israel like lobby before they changed their name last year. Yeah, I'm gonna run it back. I just got confused and I distracted myself. He's saying that one donor gave $20 to the California Jewish Democrats. Yeah, but I know what he's saying, but his graph doesn't, or his freaking table doesn't say that. His table would not have made sense to say that because there's no context for this table and what the table is for.
We have to talk about Track APAC. You've probably seen their graphics, and I have troubling news that essentially means that all of their numbers are wrong. So I was sent an Excel doc of their tracking of James Tallarico, and it's bad. If you look—
Okay, so that's his tracking, that's their tracking of James Tallarico. Okay, that's what it is.
closely, the majority of the funds that they're tracking in their graphics are from lobby donors. What we discovered is how they define a lobby donor is anyone who has ever given an itemized donation to a pro-Israel or Jewish PAC. If this doesn't sound insane to you, here are 3 reasons why this methodology is insanely stupid. Number 1, we looked at the lifetime lobby donations of the people in the spreadsheet. Some of these individuals only gave $200 and not to APAC. Guys, someone that gave $200 10 years ago to the California Jewish Democrats is not in the Israel lobby. To track every subsequent donation that they make to every politician and add that number into a red graphic is beyond misleading. Number 2,
even if that was the case, they used to be the California Democrats for Israel, and they were the California Democrats for Israel when they gave them money in the first place. So like, even if you want to say, like, I can understand and acknowledge a criticism of like, should they be tracking the lifetime donations of anybody who's ever given any money to a pro-Israel lobby, right? Maybe that person could have changed their mind. I don't know. We could have a conversation about that. That's not what this is. You're just lying, being like, well, this random person gave $200 to a pro-Jewish group, and you're saying that they're the Israel lobby. Like, no, they gave money to the Israel lobby. That's what happened. They were the California Democrats for Israel. I will hear your criticism, right? I will hear your criticism if you actually present it in the correct way. But he's not. So that's immediately point 1, strike 1. I don't like that he's approaching it like the numbers. This means the numbers are wrong, and not this means that their numbers aren't accurate. They still receive money from pro-Israel donors. Yeah. Because his goal is to like make it his goal is to advertise his own service, which we'll get to that in a second, but also to like discount how influential AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby is in like buying American elections.
That raises a decent amount of money can beat this test. Don't believe me? Here's James Tallarico. No politician that raises a decent amount of money can beat this test. Don't believe me? Here's James Tallarico's red graphic. Over $100,000 from individuals in the pro-Israel lobby. To someone just scrolling on social media, this looks like he got $100,000 from AIPAC. But guess what? We cross-referenced those 96—
Well, to be entirely fair, it says spent by the pro-Israel lobby groups and their donors. He's basically like, bro, for the stupid Americans who can't read, they're not going to stop and actually read the graphic. It says it on the graphic. Like, what do you want them to do? You want them to call themselves something different? Like, he's just like, I don't like your name specifically. Like, it says it on the graphic. Again, I would field critique of like Track AIPAC. Because I started this section with my own critique of Track AIPAC and their methodology. But like, what do you want them to do? It says it right there. It's not like they're hiding it. It's not like they're saying he's getting $150,000 from AIPAC, right? If they were like, listen, AIPAC gave him $150,000 and it actually wasn't specifically AIPAC, I could see the critique. But they're not even saying that. They're saying that he got $0 from PACs and $150,000 from lobby donors. People who donate to the pro-Israel lobby. That makes sense to me. Am I tripping? Am I crazy? It makes sense to me. It makes it, for reading this graphic, even if I pretend like I didn't know anything about this, I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
donors in the Excel spreadsheet and found that they'd also given thousands of dollars to politicians like AOC and Bernie Sanders. This is because James Tallarico has now raised over $40 million. Of course there's going to be crossover if you use this methodology. Number 3, your organization is called Track APAC, but you've been very open that you track more than just APAC, including J Street. However, J Street has given direct and earmarked donations to candidates that you give green graphics. So then,
see, this is the critique that I do agree with. Right? Because it serves to wash J Street's reputation and the politician who received J Street donations' reputation. Right? I do agree with this. If we're tracking J Street, we're tracking J Street. Right? I'm sorry, Chris Van Hollen. I'm sorry, Bernie Sanders. Right? Like, we're because what you're doing with this is that you are giving them an out. What you should be doing is that these leaders of the movement who are getting green graphics, who love that they get green graphics, should be like, okay, well, like, I should probably stop getting J Street so I can get my green graphic back. Right? I don't need it. I'm freaking Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? So I think this is what my critique is. This is the most fair critique, right? Is that you can't. But to be fair, and to defend Track APAC, these are early graphics. The methodology evolved, which is why Tallarico, who was a newer candidate, got a red graphic, and compared to Bernie Sanders, who was tracked freaking years ago. You know. So, like, to be entirely fair, should they have updated all of them when they updated their methodology? If they're like, we're now tracking J Street, you should go back and track everybody with J Street. I think that is a fair critique. But, like, I don't think it was like specifically a malicious thing where they were just like, hey, we're only going to track the politicians that we don't like to dunk on them or whatever. Right? But I think if you don't like Track APAC, it's very easy to position it as like a malicious thing of like, oh, they're biased or whatever.
Tracking individuals who have given a couple $100s to J Street as Israel lobbyists is inconsistent at best. So Track APAC.
If you want to Track APAC, people in past couple of years are starting to realize that the problem extends beyond APAC. Yeah, but like the problem is that the organization of Track APAC is tracking J Street for other politicians, right? So I think it's fair to expect them to track J Street consistently across all politicians. Right? I think it's fair. Because I don't want, like, not to keep dunking on Ro Khanna, but I don't want Ro Khanna to be able to like, you know, sneak under the rug, right? Just kind of slide by, taking J Street donations because people just assume that he's fine and good because he has a great graphic, right? I think that if he is getting J Street donations, he should be, you know, criticized for it so that he, as somebody who's on the leading end of politicians calling out Israel, should be like, hey, you know, you gotta stop doing this, Ro Khanna. And he'll be like, oh yeah, you're right. No more J Street donations from me. Right? Because the goal right now from politicians and the Israel lobby is to separate themselves out from APAC. They know that APAC is like the dirty word. It's like the scary thing. Right? And J Street and all the other pro-Israel lobby are trying to separate themselves off. That's why you have the California Jewish Democrats that have changed from the California Democrats for Israel. They're trying to separate from their association with Israel and with APAC. And I think inconsistent graphicking in this way serves that goal unintentionally. You know? I think that is a fair critique you can make of APAC. And I've tracked APAC. But obviously this person is not doing that. You know? Track APAC isn't a perfect actor, but these liberals are disingenuously undermining the org. That's true. Both of those things are true and correct. I don't think that makes the critique any less right. But that is true. This person is trying to undermine the organization and bolster his own organization. His own tracking service. Yeah, for sure.
Follow the money, do that. On our integrity index, we track APAC. We have all their direct donations, earmarked donations, and super PAC spending. It's all public. But if instead you want to track where politicians stand...
See, this is the problem. He thinks that, like, oh, we track APAC, that's good. Like, no, the problem is not tracking APAC specifically. It's about what Track APAC does, which is why people like it, even with its flaws, is that it's specifically tailored around the emancipation of Palestinians. Right? So even if you have gotten $0 because APAC doesn't like you or whatever, but you still don't call it a genocide. You get a red graphic, right? And that's what people like about Track APAC, is that it's not just about like APAC as an organization. It's about, are you for, right, the emancipation of Palestinians, or are you not? Right, so your organization could never do that because you don't care about that. That's what he doesn't really understand.
On your policy goals related to Palestine and Israel and make graphics reflecting those policy positions, do that. But you have to choose. You have to be
document for Azan. If you want to be creating an infographic for anything, let me know. I don't think I have anything for an infographic for, honestly. I'm not that interesting or cool.
do that. But you have to check graphics reflecting those policy goals. Instead, you want to track earmark donations and super PAC spending. It's all public. But if instead you want to track where politicians stand on your policy goals related to Palestine and Israel and make graphics reflecting those policy positions, do that. But you have to choose. You have to be consistent and accurate. And until you update your methodology, you're just spreading misinformation.
Like, again, I think he's like probably 10% correct in this video. 90% just mad that he's not getting enough attention for his own tracking services. But this actually led to this from Track APAC. Track APAC said, "We heard the feedback. Some of our recent work incorporating tracked contributions created confusion at times, muddy the waters. That's not the goal. The goal is clarity and accountability. For the immediate future, we're reverting to our version 2 methodology, which focus on clear and direct attributions of lobby spending via PACs and IEs. What is IEs? As we continue to build our capacity, identify and eliminate bugs in our process, and refine our report donor influence for how we report donor influence for clarity. At the same time, we stand firmly by the principle behind the work. As APAC and its broadening Israeli foreign interest lobby evolves, how they fund candidates, it's important that we, as ever, that we track total lobby influence and follow the money wherever it goes. As we expand our capacity, we're working towards making this data publicly available through a searchable database for voters, journalists, and researchers can review and verify the information themselves. Our approach will continue to evolve and adapt to changing tactics of lobby's key players, and our mission does not change. Voters deserve a clear and honest understanding of who the funding is, elected officials, and why. I mean, it's true. Yeah. Internet Explorer. But the biggest thing about this is stupid. It's just like the guy who made the video was just like, wow, I'm glad that we're finally doing this, or whatever. This guy. This is great. Not enough watchdogs are willing to admit that their methods have obscured their methods have obscured the message. Hold yourself accountable only enhances the mission. Like, shut up, nerd. You didn't care about any of this anyway. You just want to defend Israel. He's insufferable. He's insufferable. Adam Mockler also spun the block as well. Hey, this is great and exactly in line with my criticism. I want APAC insidiousness exposed. You also realize that they're always saying APACs. Like, it's not just APAC. That's not the problem. They're also not even just tracking APAC. They're tracking PAC spending, including J Street. It's pro-Israel expenses. It's just like, ugh, what a nerd. What a disgusting little nerd. I'm not clear Loki. I mean, it's true. Honestly, this is not my biggest critique of Hassan. But like, I don't think Hassan, like, what's the word? Distinguishes between losers like Adam Mockler and like the rest of the left, because Adam Mockler will like suck up to Hassan because Hassan has big number. You know what I mean? It's kind of like with the Pod Save boys. And so it's like, when like these liberals are like nice to Hassan was like kind of let it slide a little bit. Right. Also when they have big number too. And so I think there's a usefulness for that, because like Hassan wants to be like not attacked ruthlessly by every liberal on the planet. So I get it. I understand it. Right. But like, this little nerd is a nerd and he sucks. And he's been a nerd and he sucks. But he kind of gets away with it, you know? It kind of also why like Progressive Victory also gets away with it. Those nerds, they suck too, but they get away with it because like they're not as sucky as other liberals are. White Johns are his personal friends, yeah, but they also suck. Ugh. Anyway, that's the track APAC stuff. I picked up because I saw a guy in my gym that looked like Adam Mockler. I knew he lives in Chicago. Hwajon especially love it. Disrespect to Asani, he just shrugs it off like, no fight back. No, he won't fight back. And I think he's kind of proven correct to not fight back. Because when stuff like the recent campaign against him happened, the Hwajons will come out in his defense. You know? Even if they genuinely suck, for the most part. We always leftist, never a liberal. I was like, I guess I technically like defaulted to liberal when I was growing up because I was black. I didn't know leftists existed, but as soon as I figured out leftists existed, I was a leftist. At no point was I like a liberal who was like, I don't like the leftists or whatever. As soon as I found out there was something more left, it was a time of my life, like during I think it's 2018, 2019, when I was like, I must be a centrist because I hate the liberals for being stupid and I hate the Republicans for being racist. And then somebody was like, you know, leftists exist, right? And I was like, I'm that, whatever that is. I didn't know that could be more far left than those stupid freaking liberals. That's what I was. I was just like, I don't identify as either of those parties. They suck. Then I found out about leftism and I was just like, I'm there. At the same trajectory. That's how it be. Speaking of people who had a different trajectory, let's look at Graham Plattner discourse chat. We're doing it. We're doing Graham Plattner discourse. I know. I get one though. I get one. Mehdi challenges Graham Plattner on his tattoo and more. I want to see. Chat, do you think this will actually be a challenge or a contentious to a certain extent? I'm not saying the Mehdi needs to be like, you're a Nazi Graham Plattner or whatever. But do you think he's gonna actually hold his feet to the fire a little bit? Like when he's like, did you have a Nazi tattoo? And he's like, I didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. He'll be like, oh, okay. Well, makes sense to me. Like he's gonna ask no follow-up questions. No, hey, hold on a second. No, you'll push him a bit on that. That's what I want to see. Right? Because genuinely, if this is really contentious, this might change my mind on Graham Plattner. Probably not, but it might. Because my biggest critique is that he just never does any contentious interviews, so I never see him actually get held to account for his behavior in the past. So maybe this does change my mind. So let's see.
The U.S. relationship with Israel.
Shameful. What has happened in Gaza, it's the moral question of our time, and we failed it miserably. We need to get money out of politics. The cost of war is something I have seen up front. I have seen friends die.
How do you avoid the John Fetterman vibes?
That man is the bane of my existence. It is something that's been fascinating for me in this entire experience, is realizing just how many people who run for office don't actually have any deeper political beliefs.
When exactly did you find out that the tattoo on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one?
I had it for 17 years. I went through two.
Come on, Mehdi. Really? Can be seen as one? Come on, bro. Why? What is up with this glaze? Let's be entirely real about what it is. You know what I mean? I can't in good conscience, forgive Graham Plattner or whatever, or take his word for it if he won't actually acknowledge what the tattoo actually was, you know?
Two security clearances. Never came up.
Is there other stuff out there that's going to come out now? Graham Plattner came out of nowhere. An oyster farmer from Maine running to unseat veteran Republican Senator Susan Collins.
Show to for his year term. What will Plattner's be? My bet is on a divorce. Honestly, from what I've seen so far, I don't think you'll have to be fair, that was a preview. I I think it's indicative of just the wider way that people just kind of hit a glaze real quick, you know? But my problem is more just like, I think Plattner will get in. I think he'll just be like fine, but like people expect him to be like the next like communist Jesus or something. You know what I mean? He's gonna vote for more like you know, military defense spending. I don't know how much higher it can go, but like stuff like that. You know, he's not gonna be like, I don't expect the leftists in office to be. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't think he's gonna be like, I'm pro-Israel now. We need to give more money to Israel. I just don't think he'll be like effective. If we're being entirely real.
In the midterm elections this fall, Plattner, who formerly served with the Marines and the Army with deployment in Iraq and Afghanistan, is running a very...
That China bad, we gotta beat China line. I disagree. I don't think his line will be China. I think it'll be a kind of like a Tim Walz on China, to be like, yeah, no, China's, I've been to China before. They're kind of fine. I think it'll be like, I don't know. I don't know. I had to think about it. It'll be like something like, there'll be a bill to like, I don't know, fund immigration enforcement or something. Not like ICE, but like to like expand the DHS, and he'll vote for it just cause. I don't know. It'll be something like innocuous like that. It just comes out of nowhere.
Very progressive anti-war campaign opposing Trump's war in Iran and speaking out about Israel's genocide in Gaza. He's leading in the polls against his big-name Democratic opponent in the June 9th primary, Governor Janet Mills. But Plattner's campaign is not without controversy. He joins me now to unpack it all. Welcome to Mayor Unfiltered, Graham Plattner.
Thank you very much, Manny. It's a pleasure to be here.
Graham, one of the central debates around your candidacy is the word, and you've heard it a lot, especially from the media, electability. The establishment view is that you are not electable. You are someone who is unorthodox, you have no experience, you have a lot of baggage.
Wait, is that actually what the establishment? I have his name viewed. That's extraordinarily silly. Not that like he is electable, but like he's a white man, military man, rough and tumble oyster farmer from Maine. Like, who else is gonna win from Maine?
And that Janet Mills, the governor, who people know, she's the safe bet. What's your take on electability?
Well, I think that is a take that comes from people who are really trying to protect their interests and protect the system that they're working within. In their version of politics, sure, but their version of politics has been losing for quite some time. And the zeitgeist here in Maine is pretty clear. People do not want establishment politicians. People do not want to continue doing the exact same thing we've done for years. And people don't want to run the exact same kind of playbook that is lost to Susan Collins over and over and over again. We are doing something entirely different. And it is ironic to me that the people who are crowing about electability are the same folks who tend to take polls seriously. But we are at now something like 12 or 13 consecutive polls that have me winning the primary by substantial margins and winning the general by significantly higher margins.
This is why it doesn't make sense to me. Like, again, he's a white man in Maine. Like, what? Who in their right mind is going to argue against a white man for like the concept of electability, right? The argument is that electability is stupid and dumb and inherently a racist concept, because it is. Because we live in a white supremacist society. What a white supremacist society is going to view as electable is, right, foundationally in that white supremacy.
Than the sitting governor would against Susan Collins. And so I think there has just been a shift in what politics is in this country. And a lot of the people in places of political power, the people who think that they have experience, the ground has shifted beneath them and they don't really know how to react.
That is a very fair point about the polls. Your critics, though, would say, well, look, we have a Republican president who was elected in 2016 with zero executive or legislative experience. He didn't know anything about government. He had never been in public life. He was a guy from reality TV.
These are more liberal critiques. I don't really care about them.
TV and Home Alone 2. Why should Democrats follow that?
I get why like Minty's asking them, but like I just don't care about these critiques. These are silly. They're like, well, we had Trump. He had no legislative experience. So why should we have you with no legislative experience? It's a very stupid critique.
Path. You are an oyster fisherman, a Marine vet, which is great. But what do you know about legislating? What do you know about foreign policy, they might say?
I don't know why you left out the Blackwater thing, but okay.
Well, I would say, one, it's not the same path because I have an immense amount of experience dealing with American foreign policy firsthand.
Yes.
I have an immense amount of experience with the challenges of returning home from the failures of that foreign policy. But I also have a lot of experience in re-engaging with my community and building a small business and being successful materially down here in the real world. I think that one of our problems is we have a lot of people.
You know, one critique that I've seen Graham Plattner escape is being a petite bourgeois, freaking small business owner.
Who think that experience comes from being part of the political system that has brought us to this moment. But that politics that brought us here, that's the problem. Having experience in building the system that allows billionaires.
No, not really, which is why it probably doesn't even matter. And I honestly don't really care about it. But I would have expected somebody to say it by now.
Consolidate the wealth that they've consolidated. That's allowed for a system that has created essentially unlivable conditions for a lot of working people in this country, where things like housing and healthcare and the general affordability of goods and services goes through the roof. I have experience with that, I don't have experience with that. I have experience with the outcomes of that kind of politics. And I think what we really need are people from the normal world who understand that policy begets real material things for people. And that is an experience that we have lost in many places in the halls of power. And I think it's one of the reasons why this campaign is so successful, is many Americans, certainly many Mainers, believe that that's exactly the kind of experience that's going to get us into a better future.
That's undeniably true that politics and Congress does not reflect the real world or real people and working people. And clearly you've been popular because of that. I'm not going to pretend I don't share your politics. I do. Everyone knows that. When I watch your race, though, forgive me, I cannot forget the John Fetterman race. John Fetterman was someone I supported in his primary. I supported him in the general. When he was being attacked by Republicans after his health issues, after his stroke, I defended him. And now you look at John Fetterman, and he's a genocidal, warmongering, Trump-loving Senate Democrat, refuses to go against the filibuster and all sorts of other things he promised to be a vote on. And of course,
I think it's going to be a very interesting question. Is he going to acknowledge that there are some overlaps in the way that he positions himself and the way that Fetterman was also positioned? Like, I think that'll be a point for Graham Plattner if he acknowledges that, like, I understand why you feel that way or why you appear that way. Because I think that's a problem with a lot of people when it comes to the Fetterman thing, is that they're like, he's not Fetterman, he has better politics. And just like, that's not what the critique is. He's like, he can't be Fetterman. He has better politics than Fetterman does. Like, that's not what the critique is. The critique is not he has the same politics as Fetterman. The critique is that he's going to get in office and then, you know, not fulfill what he's promising on now.
Just popular because he was a progressive. He was seen as an ordinary person too. He was seen, he wore a hoodie. I notice you're wearing a hoodie right now. He wears a hoodie. Yeah, so you must get this, Graham Plattner. Like, how do you avoid the John Fetterman vibes? People say, I like Graham Plattner, but I hope he doesn't turn into John Fetterman once he's liking this video. And don't just watch.
All right, bro.
Like, share, and access. You'll be
The bane of my existence.
independent journalism. Elected.
I will just say that man is the bane of my existence. I get asked about this and everything. I will say this, I'm going to wear a suit on the Senate floor.
Okay.
One, that's how you can be on the Senate floor. And if you want to be effective in the Senate,
well said.
You have to be on the floor. Otherwise, I don't know, what's the point? The other thing is, and I think this is really important, you know, much of the story around John Fetterman was a bit of a story. You know, he had been trying to get into politics for quite some time.
Yes.
When you look at his background, for many, it was clear he had political ambitions. You know, I really was just an oyster farmer, and the extent of my...
I don't know, bro. I don't know if that's a good answer. He's like, listen, guys, I don't want this position. I may be running for it, but I really didn't want it. I don't know. I don't think it doesn't have to separate him from John Fetterman. John Fetterman can say the exact same thing, you know? It's like I don't think he's really answering the question of like how are you to make sure like you're not gonna turn out like John Fetterman. Yeah, I guess fake humble. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm already uncharitable. Can he say Fetterman got a stroke? No, I don't think he can say Fetterman got a stroke. I don't know what his defense really could be. Because Fetterman was positioned as a progressive, and progressives did support him. I guess what he could say is that there were signs that Fetterman was as fanatically pro-Israel as he was before he was elected in the first place. Right? Like, we shouldn't have been caught by surprise by John Fetterman because, like, there were signs that he would turn out the way he did. And my goal as running for senator
Sean
of
the
Maine
Black
is
says
to,
she's my African princess.
you know, be
Morpheus
upfront about my
_
policies
online,
so
just
that people
subscribe.
don't feel as though I will betray them in the future or something like that. You know?
Political ambitions was being the harbor master in my town of 1,000 people. The reason I'm doing this is I do have a theory of power in which the U.S. Senate has a extremely important function. I think because it's a
Yeah, but like, again, John Fetterman could say the same thing. Like, he's just like, no, you don't understand. John Fetterman, he was a politician at his heart. He really wanted to be a politician. I don't really want this, so we're different. Like, I just don't think that works. Do y'all believe that? Like, I guess you would believe that if you like him, like if you like Graham Platter and you don't like John Fetterman, like I can see you're like, yeah, that makes sense. But like, I don't know. It does give a little bit of like the fake humble, like John Fetterman really wanted this, and that's how you could tell he was bad. But I don't really want this, so I'm good. Or if he's online, thank you for the 12 months.
Uniquely, it was built to be a place of power for elites to hold back working class power, but that actually makes it a unique target to build working class power because the bank.
But yeah, but Fetterman could say the same thing though. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe we just have to say that Fetterman turned out that evil is an exception rather than the rule, so give him a chance. I really don't think that any kind of reasoning or evidence would mean much to people already burned, rightfully so. Yeah. Which is why I think you don't argue on that front, honestly. Like, he has to have an answer here. Obviously, but like the reason, like, you're not going to convince somebody who like saw what happened with John Fetterman and already doesn't trust this persona that he's putting out there, that like he's going to be different based on like vibes. So like, why focus your energy on trying to yell at that person instead of just like convincing like, you know, Deborah in Maine who already loves him, you know? Does it kind of go back to what other choices the residents of Maine have? No, because I think that's stupid. That's just like lesser evil voting, like, you know, dynamics. Which in like, is that like the actuality of people in Maine and they can vote however they want to? Sure, but like, you know, I don't live in Maine, so I get to analyze his words and what he says to see if he actually believes it. That's the benefit that I can make by not being in Maine. You know? Because like, he's monumentally popular. As he said earlier, he's already poised to win. Right? So my goal here is not to like campaign for Graham Plattner. My goal is to get to the bottom of whether or not he actually believes what he's saying and if he's going to be a Fetterman or not, kind of thing. Right? That's kind of what the goal is for I think a lot of the left. Because like, he's already going to win. He's going to win Maine. And people will tell you that not to treat his words like they matter since they aren't in Maine. They matter. Politicians who pretend that they're not politicians are the worst. Don't pretend you fell into this thing you're trying to do right now. Exactly. Which I think it's a very silly argument to try to distance himself from Fetterman by being like, listen, I didn't want to be a politician, but I felt like, but I guess I just decided to fill the paperwork just cause or something. You know, I think Cheddar's probably right. It's just saying like John Fetterman is the exception, right? John Fetterman is what happens when you have somebody who gets a taste of power and doesn't want to lose it. But then the question would then be asked, like, why will you not be the same? Which is a fair question. So I actually have no idea. Yeah, but he can't say the stroke thing. Obviously, he's had multiple strokes, but he can't say the stroke thing. I don't think he can. Grant Platter could be like, he had a stroke, y'all. Let's be honest. He can't say that thing. He could, in my opinion, not particularly. Just like I don't think that like. Well, I don't think it'll answer questions that I have particularly because again, John Fetterman was bad because of the strokes, but I think it would be effective to like get people off of his case a little bit. But I also don't think he can say that. He might get away with it, but it's just not worth the risk. Even for the stroke, Fetterman is bad news. Yeah. Thing about being a Fetterman though is that Fetterman's career is built around a carefully crafted facade. Platter comes out of nowhere. I mean, you could make a similar argument about, you know, Platter's facade being, I won't say crafted, but at least not genuine, which is what his critique is. Platter almost seems more facade-like to me, which is that's exactly what I was saying. That's, we don't know. There's not like going to be a secret thing that like makes Platter different than Fetterman. Right? Except for like, you know, listening to the words that he's saying and seeing that he's actually genuine about the change that he's made.
Bang for your buck with
Platter's
Senate
a plan.
seats.
He's still better than Collins. I, again, don't care. Kamala was better than Trump too. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? Let's leave voting shit. I don't do that. I don't do let's leave voting shit. Right? My goal here is not to be like, is he better than Collins? My goal is he genuine in what he's saying and believes? Does he actually believe the things that he's saying? Right? Is he a good principled person to hold this position?
This is pretty spectacular when it comes to power versus the funds and the kind of apparatus necessary to win. And I think, you know, standing up against the Trump administration, building a better future, we need loud voices in the Senate who are willing to build power and wield it. Fetterman, you know, really doesn't come from that kind of, I think, one, structural critique, and certainly didn't have, when you look closer, a long track record of being very specific or very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Consistent on his policies. For instance, on Israel, you know,
he's right about this. This is exactly what I was saying. So like, he's actually correct about this. Actually, good positioning.
That happened.
But to be entirely fair, neither does Grant Platter. And nobody wants to talk about this. Grant Platter had abject silence for the first year and a half to 2 years of the genocide. Grant Platter didn't say anything about Israel until August of 2024, when he announced his campaign to run. So like, you know what I mean? Not saying that he doesn't believe it, but just like, I don't think that that's I don't think that's something unique to Grant Platter. Or to John Fetterman. But he is not incorrect. He's not wrong. He's correct about this. He was bad on Israel beforehand. People ignored it. Yeah, this is true. This is correct.
He's been outspoken in supporting the Israeli government.
Yes.
And, you know, you can find...
well, actually, no, I'll take that back. He did have one Reddit post where I think he laughed at, like, Israelis being killed in the IDF. I think. If we count that as like being a principled anti-Zionist, that he did have that before, but that was like 2019, 2018. He glazed up Hamas. Yeah, that was like I think it was in 2018 or something. But it was more, again, more from like a military-ish perspective. Give a positive professional assessment of Hamas, not quite anti-Zionism. Yeah. I never said the party wasn't outspoken against Israel until up until the last few years. Yeah, and that's bad. Because half the party fucking sucks. And if they come out here and they're trying to act like they are the leader of the anti-Israel movement or whatever, they would get criticism for that as well. If you couldn't fix your mouth to say when it was like 50,000 Palestinians who were being slaughtered that it was bad, then I'm sorry, you get some critique from me. If you couldn't even mention that as a politician, then like, it's good you're on this train now, but like, I think people have a right to like look at you sideways, right? To allow like a year, right? A year and a half of genocide to occur, and then to only speak out on it because it's unpopular for American citizens, not because it's, morally repugnant. Not saying that that's Graham Plattner specifically, but like for like all politicians. I
wrote in my local paper long before
in his high school days. I don't know how strong that is. The problem with that, I think he wrote Free Palestine in his yearbook. The problem with that is that you can't take his, and this is what a lot of people who are pro Graham Plattner do, is they'll take the good stuff that they like from Graham Plattner, and then they'll throw away all the bad stuff that they don't like from Graham Plattner earlier. You know what I mean? It's like Graham Plattner is all of his positive elements and attributes from when he was in high school at 17 years old to when he was in the Marines and in the Army and in part of Blackwater, right? When he was like, I hate the system, they're like, yeah, look at that. He actually believes these things. But when he was like actually a part of the system, committing these heinous crimes, he doesn't have to apologize for it because it was so long ago, right? It's like when people say slurs, When a white guy says a slur in the past, they don't have to apologize for it because it was so long ago. But if they said that racism was bad when they were like 12, then it was like, see, they always believed that racism was bad. And so they get like a boost for like, saying some of the right stuff, but then like if you criticize them for the bad stuff that happened at the same time, it's leave them alone, they were small bean. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Even being aware enough as a high schooler to write that is a rare, kind of rare, to be honest. Guy had a strange path. Yeah, but then he joined Blackwater. Like, what are we talking about here? And that's even, in my opinion, that's even worse. Being aware of Palestine, right? To like write Free Palestine in your high school yearbook, but then being like, I'm gonna join Blackwater. It's craziness, and should be worthy of critique that he should have the answer for, more so than just being a part of Blackwater normally, right? Like, he has to answer for like why he knew this stuff was bad and he continued to engage with it. I think that is fair, right? I think that is a fair thing for people to expect of him. You know what I mean? It's like imagine if somebody went to Israel now to party and chill. Somebody was like, yeah, I'm going to go party in Israel. And then 10 years from now, people were like, well, listen, see, that was like 10 years ago. It was like, yeah, but it was happening at a time where like that person understood Israel was committing a genocide, and they still decided to go party and chill in Israel. Like you knew that was bad. You knew and were aware that wasn't good, and you still did it. I think that opened somebody up to being like, to being worthy of being questioned about that. It's kind of how I view it.
Ever thought about running for U.S. Senate condemning the genocide in Gaza. So there are elements of me that I think are much more legitimate when it comes to some from the normal world. Yeah.
I want to delve into Israel in just a moment. Just one other name that's associated with you when people talk about your candidacy.
It is insane, and it's like the least talked about thing. Right? And it's why I hate literally everybody else who criticizes Graham Plattner, because they get so hopped up on like the Nazi tattoo, which again is not good, but like the Blackwater thing is just infinitely worse. I think he didn't have a consistent worldview growing up, and it would make sense to me based on the idea that he didn't really adopt more progressive ideas until he started watching the Majority Report, then he has to eat that. He has to eat the criticism of that, right? And then he should, you know, he need to feel that criticism, but he doesn't. He acts like it's below him to acknowledge, right? He's like, why do it's the same way that white people act when you expect them to apologize for saying the N-word in the past, right? It's the same thing. It's like, how dare you have this expectation that I, you know, how dare you have this expectation that I address the harm that I've caused people in the past? You know? I guess it sort of comes down to if you believe he's evolved or not. He definitely has a lot of questionable stuff to answer for. Not even particularly. Even if he did or did not evolve, he still needs to address it if he wants to present himself as having to evolve. I don't have to believe anything because he hasn't addressed it. He has this expectation that you just have to just take his word for it because he's saying the correct stuff now. Right? And it was just like, hey, I was young. That's it. That's his response. That's his definition of, like, you know, his explanation. It's just like, hey, I was young. 9/11. Am I right, guys? I was a young white guy. 9/11 happened. 9/11. That's the thing that happened, right? Huh? Yeah, that's literally it. That's literally it. And people were like, "Oh yeah, 9/11. 9/11 they did 9/11. that was a thing. 9/11. Oh, 9/11 happened. I was alive. I was a whole 1 year old.
Some people call you the white Mamdani. I don't know if you've heard that phrase, which made me chuckle.
Insane. Yeah, that doesn't make it okay. That's still bad, and you still have to answer for that. And it doesn't answer for why 17 years later he joined Blackwater.
What do you make of the comparisons with Zoran Mamdani? Here is a proud democratic socialist who ran a very populist, leftist, anti-establishment primary campaign and then general election campaign and won. What do you make of the comparisons between you and Zoran Mamdani?
I think the comparisons are at this point primarily just because anybody who's doing something outside of the normal realm of politics with any kind of populist message for working class people, we're all going to get lumped together. I mean, I think the mayor and I's backgrounds are intensely different.
Yes.
Assume that my gun safe looks a little bit different than his. And there are elements, I think.
I didn't like that. That felt a little bit racist to somebody else, a little bit. Not like directly racist, but it feels like a little microaggressive. No, the problem is not him being pro-gun. The problem, nice calling him a city slicker. I don't know about that.
Of where we come from in our worlds and our politics that are different. One thing that I think you can absolutely make a comparison about is our focus on organizing as a political tool. Focusing on building
to a white mayor
power in communities to have that be part of your electoral strategy.
It was a weird little thing. He's because he's uniquely pro-gun. But Zoran Mamdani is not like anti-gun, you know what I mean? So like that's just like it's like a weird thing to signal of like this gun culture between New York City and Maine is so different. Also Marine. I don't even know. It just like it kind of reads as a little bit strange. The country has no other hobbies beyond guns. I think it means Zoran probably has an AK-47. No, not in that way. Not like racist in that way. It's just more of a like, I don't know. It's like it kind of racist in the way where like a white guy will call you boy and say you have like, yeah, you got soft hands, boy. You're not around these part of towns. You're not from this part of town or whatever. Like kind of like that, you know? Like you're not from around here kind of way racist. So maybe it's just like it's a little weird.
Very much doing that here in Maine. It's why we are succeeding at the rate that we are.
Yes.
And if you look at where the mayor won, it was because he had a lot of people who turned out
Yes.
and organized the old-fashioned way. I think that's a fair comparison.
Do you consider yourself to be a socialist? I know in the past online you've written that you were a communist at one point.
No, I don't. And it's if you read those comments, it's very clear that I'm being very sarcastic.
Fair.
We have a
And so like, this is interesting because now he has to position himself as like not a socialist or whatever because maybe he doesn't think they'll play well in Maine. But this is also what's crazy because like people use this as like a mark for Graham Plattner, which is what's weird about it, right? It's like people like will position Graham Plattner as a socialist, right? Not as a communist, but like as a socialist, which is why they call him the white Zoran Mamdani. Exactly. He can't be the new Zoran and this. Right? Could just say, I don't care what you call me. But he doesn't want to say that. He very specifically separates himself out from being a socialist. So stop calling him Zoran Mamdani. Stop positioning him as that, right? Maybe they're saying it because Mamdani won, so everybody's trying to replicate him winning. No, it's because he's right when he says it's because they're both like anti-establishment. And people are projecting onto him socialism. That's it. People are projecting onto him like this like idea of like socialist thought because they want another Zoran Mamdani. They want a socialist senator in Maine or whatever. They want another, even not Zoran Mamdani, they want Bernie Sanders, right? In Maine. But he's not that. Not like particularly. Not in like, he's not a member of the DSA. He's not like a socialist, right? And that's all fine, but like that's how he's being positioned by the wider left, which is why it's weird, right? Graham Plattner has not said anything that's like radical. You know what I mean? Like he said Israel's bad. That's 80% of the country at this point, right? He's saying Americans deserve health care. I mean, most Americans, think they want to deserve health care or whatever. He said take money out of politics. Most Americans hate Citizens United. They hate money in politics. Like, he's not saying anything particularly radical, and that's fine, right? That's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, right? That is fine. That is fine for him to not be like a radical communist running for office. The problem is people positioning him like he is like a socialist king or whatever, right? It's fine when people acting like, no, you don't. If you criticize Graham Plattner, you are against the socialist movement. He's the leader of the Vanguard Party kind of thing. That's where it's kind of weird to me. Cause like, he's not that. But I think because of his identity, I think because he's a white man, right? He's not even from a working class background. He's a petite bourgeois small business owner. He's a white man who has a perception of being blue collar, right? And people are like, I like that a lot because that's attractive to garnering people to the wider left. They view him not as he is, but as he potentially could be to like attracting other white men to the movement kind of thing. You know what I mean? I think people just want to get Collins out of the Senate and finally see a visible Democrat to kick her out. No, you're wrong. You are completely incorrect. That's not what people want. You are completely wrong. It's more about Graham Plattner winning than Susan Collins losing. If we're being entirely honest. If we're gonna be honest about what this dynamic is. This is more about Graham Plattner and what he stands for as a white man who was like a populist winning, right? Than it is about like getting a single Senate seat in Maine. Right? It's more of a referendum on the Democratic Party as well. And political narrative is important. In what way? What do you mean? It's about plus one votes to these people. Again, not even. I think it's more as just like they want a person that they can shuffle in front of white men and be like, see, look at this guy. He should actually join our movement because of him. I genuinely think that that's the main reason why he's as prominently and heavily featured, specifically. Right? Yeah, I'll run it back.
First, I know in the past online you've written that you were a communist at one point.
No, I don't. And if you read those comments, it's very clear that I'm being very sarcastic.
Fair.
We have a political world in which any kind of populism that's good for working people gets framed as either socialism or communism.
Yes.
I do think we need to tax the rich. I think we need to invest in social programs. I think we need to do all of that. The joke is that I'm certainly not that at all, but we have this kind of
But why? Like, what does he disagree with? I probably won't say it, but like, why is he like against the label of you can win as a socialist? You can win as he is the best person to be positioned as a socialist. He's 12 points ahead in the polls. He will lose nothing by calling himself a socialist. Why is he against the label?
joke is that I'm certainly not that at all, but we have this kind of vapid political narrative that always has us using these words, even though, frankly, the words are not being ever used in like a real context.
I think Harry Truman famously said, you can call me socialist all you want, I'm just going to do
Probably military brain because he's not a socialist. I mean, yeah, obviously, but like, he hasn't outlined why he disagrees with like socialism as like a economic system or whatever. Like, why he's against the label. Hassan said it himself that he pushes Platter because he wants to show liberals that a left candidate can win in a purple/red state like Maine, because the narrative is that Zoran can't win outside of New York City. That's fine. If Platter actually apologized for his behavior, I wouldn't have a problem with him being pushed.
What I'm going to do. Let's talk about Israel and the war. You are a military veteran. You spent the better part of a decade in the military. You served in Iraq, Afghanistan. And I feel like there's one more thing that we're missing here. I feel like there's one more, should we say, military tour that we are leaving out of this entire dynamic. What made you anti-war?
It's part of it. I mean, even when I enlisted, I was skeptical of American foreign policy. I will say...
Yeah. Sure. 4 tours, went back for Blackwater. He was skeptical, guys. Don't worry. 15 years. 15 years in the military. He was skeptical when he joined. Don't worry, guys.
Once I got in it and it became my profession, and it became very much part of who I was and what I was doing, I then kind of threw myself into the work. When I left after my 4th deployment, that was when I really began to look back and recognize that everything, and it was on my 4th deployment to Afghanistan, there was a moment where I was like, we are not doing what we say we're doing.
Okay. Do you think he's going to mention Blackwater? Do you? Because you have to understand what happened after the 4th deployment, chat. He didn't do his 4th deployment and then come home. He didn't do his fourth tour and was like, all right, we're done now. No. He went. He was like, let me join, like the Nazi war crime army, like specifically. And again, I'm not even saying that if you do that, you are irredeemable. Some people will. I'm not even saying that. But you gotta acknowledge it. You gotta acknowledge it. Am I crazy? Is that a crazy expectation of me to have of him? That like, you have to at least acknowledge it. Like, because I think it's a very fair question. I think it is a very fair question to be like, okay, in 4 tours, when you started, before you even enlisted, right, you were skeptical. And when you did 4 tours, you were even more skeptical, and you got out because of your hatred of American foreign policy. Why'd you go to Blackwater? I think that's a fair question to ask. A lot of people bought into the rhetoric after 9/11. It would be nice to hear him admit that was a mistake. Even past that, like, Blackwater is a whole separate thing. You know what I mean?
Began to look back and recognize that everything, and it was on my 4th deployment to Afghanistan, there was a moment where I was like, we are not doing what we say we're doing. We're not going to win this war. I don't even know what winning this war looks like. I don't think anybody knows that's running this war knows what winning it looks like. And at that point, I began to wonder, if we're not doing the thing that we claim we're doing, if we're not bringing democracy, if we're not trying to make the world safer, what are we doing? And when I began to look closer, I really began to fully buy into the fact that these wars just make people wealthy. And these wars are good for people in political power. They use them as electoral tools. They use them in ways to display like their quote unquote strength as leaders. And none of them take into account the human cost. And for me, the human cost is not a theory, and it's not something to be thought about in this sort of non-material way. The cost of war is something I have seen up front. I have seen friends die. I have seen what happens when high explosives interact with children. It's an awful thing. And I fundamentally believe that it should not be the core of how we use our foreign policy.
Do you believe that Donald Trump and the Trump family and Jared Kushner,
the anti-war? I mean, to be entirely fair, like 40% of the military it's like anti-war. And like, okay, maybe not 40%, that's a lot. But like, a lot of the military is anti-war in this way. And that's fine, right? They're anti-war from the perspective of the American cost of the war, right? But like, you know, not much quarter is given to like the people that, you know, they are slaughtering over there, you know, in the first place. This is like a decent answer because he acknowledged that the children as victims. Yeah, but not just the children are victims. The adults are also victims. The women are also victims as well. Like the men, women, and children are victims of an invasion that he was a part of. It wasn't just like the kids being blown up by American weaponry that he didn't necessarily, you know, bring up. That were the victims. And like again, okay, not to harp on it. His answer wasn't terrible. It wasn't a terrible answer. But like, I'm looking at him as like the way he's being positioned from the left. I have a higher expectation of Graham Plattner and his answers to these questions because of the way he's being pushed by the left, right? I am expecting him to answer these questions and not like a jaded American service member who realized that their life was being wasted on wars that made American, like, you know, capitalists rich or whatever. I'm expecting him to acknowledge the harm, right, that the system that he was a part of caused, right, not just to him and his buddies, but also to the countries that America illegally and wrongfully invaded. And that is a very important part of the dynamic that I think is required to actually, changing your mind. Personally. And then he has to acknowledge why he went to Blackwater. I don't know if that's crazy.
This Iran war is about them making money?
Yes, of course. I mean, essentially.
And if Mehdi Hassan does not bring up Blackwater, okay, no, I have to spoiler myself. I need to. That's crazy. I don't think they would say mercenary. Was that thing Constellas? I don't think they would say Constellas either, but it is Constellas. No, I don't think that's it. Tipping? That's a good one. Control F on a page rather than transcript storage is trash. No, I just don't think that they bring it up. I tried contractor chat. They don't bring it up at all? At all, really? Not a single time. That is literally the biggest criticism that I have of Grant Platter. Does I apologize? No. Because he might apologize for other stuff. Because apparently the Nazi tattoo gets brought up. But really? Not at all. Does him a disservice not to ask? But he doesn't bring it up. And Mehdi doesn't bring it up either. It's just and this is the problem. This is what pissed me off when Grant Platter was mentioned in Assange chat and somebody brought me up. It was oh, Sean just hates that he was in the military. Which, no. I have never said that. My problem with Grant Platter is not that he was in the military. My problem with Grant Platter is that he was in the military for 4 tours and then left because he realized it was bad and then joined the worst version of the military. That's my problem. That's my issue. People straight up don't know what Blackwater is. Oh yeah, the same leftists who don't know what a Nazi tattoo is don't know what Blackwater is either, Probably don't know what Abu Ghraib is either. How am I supposed to take this seriously and take him seriously as a candidate when he won't even acknowledge the biggest issues in his history? None of this matters. Genuinely, his answer to this question literally does not matter. It's all disingenuous. Because no matter how upset he was at the foreign policy, he went and he joined the Nazi foreign policy gang, basically. He went and joined the war crime brigade after this. So no matter, I don't care what he thought at the time. It literally does not matter to me. Does not matter to me at all, because it showed it didn't even matter to him. However jaded he was, however upset he was, does not matter because he left and joined the Nazi war crime brigade. I don't know, maybe this is just a me thing. But I remember very specifically, do you see him answer to Riker about Blackwater? I don't know, actually. I saw videos of Blackwater shooting random civilian cars and cutting off civilians in traffic and then shooting them and going to radicalize me. I mean, I covered this. I covered this extensively in a video that like barely anybody saw. Right? But I did a lot of research to look at it. Right? It's in this video. You can watch it right now. It's an hour long. It's called Into the Blackwater, How American Corporations Escape Accountability. Right? Blackwater's here, Paravant's here, Z Services is here, Constellus is here. Oh, look, this is where Graham Plattner worked. Oh, look, Raytheon's involved. The State Department's here. Donald Trump's on this thing. Academy's also here. Look at all these things. Specifically to escape accountability. He's lumping it all in with military time, and I don't think he's ever going to get a specific answer until someone like Hassan that met the interviews him. But, like, that's craziness. It's freaking 7 minutes long. Kind of said they at a whole interview, he kind of just roasted Eric Prince, which is a really good video. But like, I think you can still apologize for this and being a part of this, right? I think you can still understand that you committed a lot of harm by being a part of this, right? And then learn and grow from it. But you have to acknowledge that you were a part of it. And here, I will be fair. I will see, I never worked for Blackwater. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Stop. You stop. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me.
We got a whole bunch on, your service and then also your time with the Blackwater offshoot, what Constellus, I think it was called. One of them, so from Halal Flow says, like, how does someone with your worldview end up working for Blackwater? I think a lot of people on the left would find that helpful to hear. They're worried you might be another Fetterman. Man, Fetterman is haunting.
There's a lot of...
Fair question. Good question. I want to see how he answers this question. Very succinct question. This is what Mehdi Hassan should be doing here. Let's see how he answers it.
trauma.
So much
I feel it too. There's a
Oh,
lot of trauma there.
He says, but I don't think you are. There were already signs of who Fetterman was when he was running and caving to DMFI, pro-Israel lobby.
Yeah, not to mention that whole incident where he tried to murder a random black guy in his
There was
neighborhood.
that.
Not mentioned enough.
There was that as well.
His appearance on the state NYP.
Like I see this everywhere. I never worked for Blackwater. This is
Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Qualifying.
So I never worked for Blackwater. This is I see this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake.
Dog, he's literally pictured. Okay, he's literally pictured with his stepbrother with a Blackwater sticker on the refrigerators. I'm not doing this. We're not doing this here. No. No. Nope. What are we talking about here? Forefront of the kitchen, a photo of Graham Platter with a Blackwater sticker on its fringe. On the left is his stepbrother, Stefan Franzman, an Israeli intelligence agent who worked in the occupation of forces in Gaza during genocide in December 2023 and lectures for APAC. Is this not yours? Is this not yours, Graham? Whose does it? Whose does it belong to? You just have it just cuz? It looks like the Blackwater's logo to me? What is this? Also a Skull and Crossbones? Did you not know? Did you not recognize it? Man, Graham Platter is like 12 years. Not 12 years. He's like 4 years old. Don't chat. He hasn't gotten the 5-year-old pattern recognition yet. You don't understand. You don't get it. He hasn't gotten the 5-year-old pattern recognition yet. He can't recognize a Nazi symbol and he can't recognize the Blackwater logo. Why are you saying you never worked for Blackwater though? Semantics, I guess. Don't worry, it was a different thing. We promise. We promise it was different.
Like I see this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. the company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s, that company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012.
No, incorrect. Wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. There's very few people here who know as much about Blackwater as I do.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
I feel very confident
I
in
live as a
saying this.
capitalist.
There are
I
very,
live
very
like a
few people here who know as much about Blackwater as I do. He's incorrect about this. Is he wrong or lying? It could be either of those. But he is, this is misinformation.
And
Blackwater did not go away, but I'll let him cook.
it was sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations afterwards. Similar, like, same.
Wait, okay, if it was sold, it didn't go away. What does he think sold meant? Then it didn't go away. It's a command structure. It's military equipment. It's documentation. It's organizational structure, all transferred to a different company. And guess what? It did it like,
tier 1 sub
okay.
to King_Black Radical.
Even while Blackwater was a thing, Blackwater was doing shady dealings like he's describing here to avoid accountability, right? With Z Services and Paravant, right? And look at this. I want you to look at this. Look at this picture right now. This is what happened to Blackwater when he said it just went away. Were they operating the same? That's what matters. Yes. 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 Yes, they were operating the same. Yes. They were the exact same. Right? Like verbatim. Blackwater turned into Z Services. Right? And then you had like Blackwater airships that turned into Guardian Flight Systems and Aviation Worldwide Services under Z Services. You had Blackwater Lodge and Training Camp turned into U.S. Training Center under Academy. Like they were the same entities, rebranded, the same facilities, right? Yes, Project Veritas was involved. Project Veritas only exists because of Eric Prince. You made this board? Yes, I made this board entirely. Here.
Okay, we're gonna cut this here.
And just to recap,
video. And this video didn't get a lot of views because it's honestly not made very well. I'll admit that. But like,
make sure that you've really gotten it. Eric Prince, 1996, started Blackwater USA. Blackwater USA has a bunch of subsidiary companies. From 2006 to 2008, they have grown, they have expanded, they've taken millions of dollars in government contracts, working in Iraq and Afghanistan. Blackwater owns Blackwater Airships, Blackwater Target Systems, Blackwater Worldwide, Blackwater Lodge and Training Center, Blackwater Pro Shop, Blackwater Security Consulting, Backup Training, Blackwater Select, Blackwater West, and BWT Services. These are all the subsidiaries with the Blackwater name specifically. And so in 2007, Blackwater and the 4 Blackwater guards had shot upon and killed 17 people in Iraq, 14 of them being civilians and wounding 20 more. And after the event has happened, the State Department, including Paul Bremer, who also was protected and also had close relations with Blackwater and other security contractors.
This is the important part, right? Paul Bremer, who worked at the State Department, was a key component of the Blackwater Guards who were committing war crimes in Afghanistan, right? In Iraq and Afghanistan. And Triple Canopy, which comes back later, which was a part of Manhattan Growth Projects that went and bought Academy to make went with Constellas and Triple Canopy and Growth Manhattan Partners to coalesce and bring Academy together as one entity, right? Was done at the behest of Paul Bremer, right? Is he the CEO? No, he was just a State Department middleman, right? He was a State Department middleman, but he had relations with Triple Canopy, which was another defense contracting company that worked with Constellas. That's the one that Graham Plattner worked with that became into Academy.
Made a law or a policy that private military contractors, these people, were not beholden to the laws from the countries in which they were operating in. So the 4 Blackwater guards who committed war crimes on Iraq soil could not be tried by the Iraqi court system, and thus had to be tried by the American court system, the American justice system. And that works out perfectly because it's also very interesting because the same State Department, after the war crimes that were just committed, went and tried to gather up shell casings in order to protect Blackwater. Totally impartial, by the way. And so when that happened, Blackwater's name got a little bit dirty, got a little tainted. So they started to switch it up. They're like, oh, in 2009, we're like, we're no longer Blackwater.
Keep in mind, this is 2009, right? This is before what Graham Plattner is talking about here. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong thing. This is him pictured next to Blackwater sticker. This is 2009 with with Blackwater changing their name to Z Services in 2009.
We're Z Services. And we're going in 2009, we're like, we're no longer Blackwater. We're Z Services. And we're going to shift our focus away from military contracting, from the security industry, right? Turn into Z Services. And as a consequence of that, we saw Blackwater airships turn into Guardian flight systems. We saw Blackwater targeting systems turn into GDS manufacturing. We saw Aviation Worldwide, which was a service under Blackwater, expand and now encompass Presidential Airways, STI Aviation, AirQuest Incorporated, and Guardian Flight Systems. The interesting part is that this sector right here has also been involved with some controversy, involved in a lawsuit, a wrongful death lawsuit by the families of 3 contractor soldiers, I don't remember, 3 soldiers after a plane had crashed citing negligence, settled for an undisclosed fee. We also saw that Blackwater Lodge and Training Center turned into the U.S. Training Center, which existed under Z Services as well. What else? They have Blackwater Select. They didn't turn into the CIA, no. But they've always been in close contact with the CIA. The CIA would contract Blackwater Select to do confidential missions, which actually coincidentally is the same thing that XPG was doing as well. So that's interesting. That's interesting. I didn't put that connection up there, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows? And then you have Greystone, the international division of Z Services, because Greystone had a luncheon, had a inauguration for its company, which is of course under Z Services, where they invited the officials, the nationals, the ambassadors for a bunch of different countries around the globe. And they're like, hey, we could do this thing for you. So after this man had committed war crimes that his name got a little dirty, now we're trying to expand it to other countries. And we'll see that come up later as well. But you have that with Satellis right here, right here, right here. You have more of these services. You have another aviation system, which is not under Aviation Worldwide Services, but under EP Aviation. You have Apex Management Solutions. You have Raven Development Group, which also develops U.S. Training Center and other training centers, or tried to, around the country.
The private security company Blackwater USA is being accused of trying to secretly build a military training facility in San Diego, right here, just blocks from the U.S.-Mexican border. Blackwater received approval for the...
We should have hide this. At this point, not even. They didn't even split up. They literally just hot swapped the names. At this point in 2009, they literally just hot swapped the names. They were like, Blackwater is just Z Services now. Blackwater Airships is now Aviation Worldwide Systems or Guardian Flight Systems, right? They just changed the names. They didn't split anything up yet at this point, right? Later on, here.
The contract to, and they were going to give it to Raytheon. Now, according to contract update 2006, but the craziest part is Paravant, which is under Z Services, was subcontracted out by Raytheon after Raytheon had gotten a military contract from, guess who? The State Department. Again, of course, they show up a lot in here actually, really enough. But yeah, the State Department had a contract that they had given out to Blackwater, DynCorp, and Triple Canopy 4 years prior, I believe in 2006, 2005, 2006. But they're like, it's coming up, it's a 5-year contract for billions of dollars. They were like, we're gonna re-up this. And we're gonna have more people come in. And so they were holding that contract, they were seeing who we're gonna give the contract to, and they were gonna give it to Raytheon. Now, according to Raytheon, and according to Paravant, and according to Z Services, Raytheon knew that they were gonna contract out to Paravant when they got the contract. And Raytheon said that the State Department knew. And Z Services and Paravant said that everybody knew that Paravant was Z Services. There was no, like it wasn't up in the air. You know what I mean? This was a known fact in the industry. In fact, interesting enough, that Z Services said that the person who told them to change their name to Paravant was Raytheon. So the way that it happened was that the State Department was like, we have this contract and we're gonna give it out. And like, Raytheon, boom, you've won this contract. Raytheon was like, okay, give me this contract. I'm going to subcontract out this other company, Z Services. And the State Department was like, cool, that's okay with me. Raytheon then turns around, looks at Z Services like, look, we're gonna subcontract this contract out, but your name is kind of dirty right now because of the whole Blackwater stuff, right? Kind of crazy. So I'm gonna need you to change your name and then I'm gonna give you this contract. And Z Services is like, okay, boom, created Paravant to provide training services to the Afghan National Army. And they're like, Raytheon was like, boom, okay, boom, you have this contract. And they were only supposed to be providing training services for the Afghan National Army. But it becomes interesting enough is because a couple months down the line, where Paravant was supposed to be providing training services, they went into a bunker 22, with all the weapons that was supposed to be for the Afghan Army. They're like, give me 500 weapons. And the person sitting down at the desk was like, okay, you have a name? Eric Cartman, you know, the character from South Park. And so they gave them the 500 weapons. Paravant effed off with the 500 weapons and just like never brought them back. And it's hilarious because 2 days later, there was an incident where it came with the weapons that they had just stolen from the bunker. 2 Paravant guards were riding on the back of an Army vehicle, and guess what happened? They hit a bump. The AK-47 that they, again, had stolen from the bunker discharged from one Paravant guard and shooting another contractor in the head, paralyzing him. If only this could have been avoided, you know? And that's not even the craziest thing that happened, right? That's only happening between the guards for Paravant. That's a stupid decision. It's kind of funny, but like, that's not even the craziest thing that happened.
Jim, what do you think for the 2 gifted subs? Much appreciated. We're gonna get to the console stuff. There's so many war crimes in between just this one section. We need to get to through all the war crimes to get to the actual Constella's part when they're involved.
The craziest thing that happened, you know, you may be asking yourself, and I'm gonna tell you, these 2 people, just 6 months after that happened, weapons still have not been returned, mind you. 6 months later, weapons still have not been returned. There is a unauthorized convoy being conducted with these 2 Paravant guards, Justin Cannon and Chris Drotliff, right? And so you're like, what happened with them? So they're operating this unauthorized convoy. The convoy crashes. The Paravant guards are looking out the back of the crashed convoy. They see a car driving away, and they just fire upon a random civilian fleeing car. They shoot the driver, injure the driver. Let me know if this sounds familiar. They shoot the driver, and like injuring the driver. The car keeps going. They freaking shoot and kill the passenger, and they shoot and kill a civilian who's just walking his dog. And for the person who they shot, the passenger, was an Afghan national, right? Now that causes some problems. And it's crazy because these 2 were charged with something, but not for killing the civilians. They were only charged with killing the Afghan national. The charge for killing the civilian, the charge for injuring the driver were dropped by guess who? The US. Because you can't be tried in the country where you commit your crimes in, thanks to the State Department. Crazy, crazy. And it's not even the craziest part because these two should not have been operating in Afghanistan in the first place. And not in the, oh, the US shouldn't be there kind of way, in the, these two people shouldn't be there kind of way, you know? What do I mean? So these two, Justin Caden and Chris Drotliff, were already in the military, right?
Report about making the music louder, making his voice louder. Probably. That's his work though. And I found the files for this specific video. I think last week on this computer. This is my old computer. I found the files for it. I don't think I have all the specific assets for all the videos and stuff I used, but I probably could just post it again, boosting the audio of my my microphone, cutting the music down, and then like cutting this up a little bit more. It's possible.
The U.S. Army, they were discharged from the Army because they both went AWOL. Chris has a
we're gonna scoop for it a little bit though.
Stuff like that a bit. Pair event was established the same day that Raytheon was like, hey, yo, change your name, right? The pair event was established. They were secretly put in and marked as they erased the do not use selection. These are the people who were supposed to be training the Afghan National Army. Only charged with killing the Afghan national, not civilians. Who have committed war crimes. Crazy, right? Totally Manhattan Growth Project and Forte Capital. Those group of investors was the Grand Manhattan Growth Project and Forte Capital Advisors, right? Come to find out, if you see this line connecting the two, Forte Capital Advisors is owned by his buddy, a family, long-standing family confidant of the Prince family. Somebody he knows. And a vegan company, you know, trying to like greenwash his brand. So they buy this, you know, this securities brand, which actually seems like a war crime incorporated at this point because look at this, right? They buy the securities brand and they turn it into Academy. New name, new website, new everything, right? They're like, we're a totally different company. We're not associated with them at all, right? Academy.
Wait, put it back, right?
Grand Sea Services didn't even last a year. Established in 2009. This guy, what's his face? Eric Prince, he was like, all right, this is getting a little bit too crazy. Two of my companies committed war crimes. Maybe I'm not cut out for the defense, for the security industry, right? For the defense industry. So he was like, I'm selling this company off, group of investors, totally separate from me, not the same at all, right? Those group of investors was the Grand Manhattan Growth Project and Forte Capital Advisors, right? Come to find out.
So that's what it was, right? So he, after being a part of 3 separate companies, at least, minimum, 3 separate companies who've committed war crimes at this point, Blackwater, Z Services, and then Paravent under Z Services, right? He was like, all right, okay, I want to sell off all of these assets. In 2009, he sold off all of that to the Manhattan Growth Partners and Forte Capital Investors to create Academy. But then, you know, hold on. There's actually more in a second.
Line connecting the two, and a vegan company, you know, trying to like greenwash his brand. So they buy this, you know, this securities brand, which actually seems like a war crime incorporated at this point because look at this, right? They buy the securities brand and they turn it into Academy. New name, new website, new everything, right? They're like, we're a totally different company. We're not associated with them at all, right? Academy only lasted 3 years. That's where U.S. Training Center comes in. They have all these subsidiaries as well. They're still trying to expand, still trying to grow. Still getting government contracts as well. Billions of dollars of government contracts given to a company that has, at this point, committed at least 2 war crimes. At least that we know of. Not to mention the CIA stuff, but at least 2 war crimes. They lasted until 2014, where they combined with, guess who? Old standing triple canopy, you know, good old reliable here, turning into Constellas. Constellas still exists right now. And they still also get billions of dollars in US contracts.
That's how we get to Constellas. It's crazy that I needed 20 minutes of this video. I didn't need 20 minutes, but it's crazy that I needed 20 minutes of this video to describe to you how we even arrive here. So when Graham Plattner says he never worked for Blackwater, he's a liar. And they're still committing war crimes to this day in the capital of Haiti. The Haitian police and Blackwater mercenaries have killed 1,243 innocent people in the capital of Haiti. Yeah. Is it Vectus Global? Oh, that's a Haitian. Yeah, Vectus Global. Gosh darn it! They're still growing. They're multiplying. They're multiplying. Maybe we should update the video. But yeah, that's it, right? So Blackwater turned into Z Services in 2009. Z Services turned into Academy in 2010, and in 2014, Academy combined with Constellas to become just Constellas. They're still Constellas, right? Like, you said it clear, right, that he never worked for Blackwater. The question of whether or not you believe, he wouldn't know about these moves. No. That's incorrect and wrong, right? Everybody knows about this. This is a misnomer, and it only serves as like administrative red tape, as I described with Paravan, right? As I described with Paravan, it's only like administrative red tape. It's only specifically so that on paper, they're not technically Blackwater. But everybody involved knows it's Blackwater. Everybody involved knows it's Blackwater. Right? Raytheon went to Paravan and was like, hey, we know you're Blackwater. We can't give money to Blackwater. So can you change your name? Can you make a subsidiary called Paravan or whatever, call it whatever? Specifically so we can give you money to do more war crimes, please. Thank you very much. Right? This is something that I actually put in the video itself. Here, look. This is a very robust video. I promise you, if you have a question about that, I guarantee you I'd probably answer it in this video.
I told Z Services contracted. Well, as we come to find out, it was actually Raytheon that told Z Services to change their name if they wanted the contract.
Well, that's part of the problem here. Are there other cover corporations besides Paravan out there that are where you're putting a name on something so that people like the previous witness that was looking at these contracts? I mean, he said in the hearing today that he had no idea that Paravan was Blackwater, but yet the people that were working for you in the theater said, well, yeah, we worked for Blackwater. Everybody knew we worked for Blackwater. Our paycheck came from Blackwater. We were Blackwater. Blackwater.
That's why it doesn't make any sense when he said he didn't work for Blackwater, especially when you consider the fact that he has a Blackwater sticker on his fridge. So with Paravan, in 2009, when Paravan was committing war crimes in Afghanistan, and they were like, technically we don't work for Blackwater, but my checks are signed by Blackwater. I think we work for Blackwater. Everybody here knows we work for Blackwater. You expect me to believe that he doesn't know that he's working for Blackwater when everybody involved with this entire dynamic for the last 20 years knows that it's Blackwater. He has a Blackwater sticker on his fridge. And I'm not saying he can't have changed his mind, all right? I've never said that he couldn't have changed his mind. But how am I supposed to believe that he has changed his mind when he's lying about it? He's a liar. He's lying. He's lying. Just own it. Just own it. In every interview, he's like, I have not changed my mind, to be clear. Just own it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It does not make any sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense to me that people are so quick to discount this when he has gone out of his way to demonstrate that, like, yeah, I'm a freaking liar. So when people call him Fetterman, I'm like, I kind of believe it a little bit. Not because he's like oh, I'm still pro-Israel now, but he is on the record multiple times lying about what he believed and what he did. His recent Senate hearing about Blackwater being in Haiti, everyone knows it's Blackwater that is in Haiti. Thank you. It's a freaking hour long, but like, I really want to make a video about this now. I really want to make a video about this now because it's pissing me off. Wait, is it a 3-year-old video you did before Grand Platinum was even a thing? Yes! I made this video 3 years ago. It's very funny how I got around to making this video too. Because I made a video, because I was going to make a video about my favorite show, right? I was going to make a video about my favorite show. It's called Leverage. The second episode of Leverage was about a private military contracting company that commits war crimes. And I was like, wait a minute, that sounds familiar. And I looked it up and it was about Blackwater. And I kept looking it up, and I kept looking it up, and I kept looking it up, and I kept going deeper and deeper, and I kept finding more and more information. And I'm like, what is this? Bro, people need to know about this. Literally, it was literally people need to know about this, right? Like I dug so deep because I kept finding out. I was like, how do people not realize that like Blackwater is still operating right now? They're still operating right now. They just changed their name and it's all good. And then there are leftists who are like, yeah, but they changed their name, so it's fine. It makes me feel like I'm insane. Grand Platinum's like, no, you don't understand. They changed their name. You don't understand that they changed their name. They're good. They're good now.
That Paravent was Blackwater, but yet the people that were working for you in the theater said, well, yeah, we worked for Blackwater. Everybody knew we worked for Blackwater. Our paycheck came from Blackwater. We were Blackwater. Blackwater. Paramount.
The Democratic Pro-Israel PAC changed their name. Stop.
Just appears to be a classic.
Yeah, people became forensic experts when it comes to tracking down whether or not the California Jewish Democrats were the California Democrats for Israel. When it comes to Constella's being Blackwater, it's like, what? Huh? They're different, no? They changed their name. They're not the same thing. He did not work for Blackwater. What are we talking about here?
Example of a cover corporation in order for the people who were doing the contract not to know who they were really contracting with.
Senator, that's a very good question. And I think that there's, as you discussed earlier, I believe there was multiple layers of Raytheon and then the government. Raytheon, my understanding, requested that a company name be other than Blackwater. It was at Raytheon's request.
Okay, so now we're getting to the meat of the matter. You're saying on the record that Raytheon requested that Blackwater make up a name for a company so they could enter into a contract with Raytheon.
I'm saying, Senator, that my understanding is that request for a company other than Blackwater did come from Raytheon.
And this is directly facilitated by our American military. So to recap.
And this is where our tax dollars are going, by the way. Like, honestly, like, you know, AIPAC deserves all their smoke. We need smoke for this too. I'm standing on it. Like, and I would ride for Grand Platinum if he came out and he was like, we need to stop this from happening. But he doesn't. He's just like, technically he's like, you know, no foreign wars, but like, he's still like, I wasn't working at Blackwater. That wasn't me. Wasn't me. I thought he admitted for working for Blackwater. Now he's saying it's the different name, so it isn't the same. But the name isn't what matters. The company is the same functionality. Both measure contract is correct. Yes. But again, maybe I'm being uncharitable. I'll let him cook.
The company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s. That company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012. And he's
also wrong about that. It went away in 2009, technically. It rebranded. He didn't even get his facts correct, bro. Bro, you worked for the company. Why do I know more than you?
Was sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations afterwards. Similar, like, same facility down in North Carolina. And this is something that I think gets lost in all of this. The State Department has contracts for high threat security. They don't they don't do it in-house. And the contracts were written with very specific requirements about what kind of training people have to receive, what kind of background they have to have. It's all around combat backgrounds, combat arms, special operations,
Wait, is he going to
infantry,
justify the existence of military contract? I don't believe it.
that kind of thing. And so they've maintained those contracts. There were only a few companies for a long time who could meet any of those requirements. Triple Canopy, Blackwater back in the day, and then the Academy afterwards, Z, SOC, SMG. There were a number.
Okay, he's banking on the fact that people he's talking to don't know this because they don't know this. He named the same company, bro. He literally was like, yeah, I live in a few companies, the US of A, the United States of America. Like, he just named the same company 4 times. Z, Academy, and Blackwater are the same thing. Triple Canopy became Blackwater when it became a part of Constellas. It was separate, but it combined with Academy. Like, yeah, he also did say he brought the names and he named them as well. That too.
These outfits, and because they were the ones who had the training facilities, they knew how to meet the contract requirements. There's a story in all of this that I think often gets lost, which is that after Blackwater folded,
which didn't happen, but okay,
funds started buying all of it up, and because they essentially saw, like, if you can have all the companies, then you can set your price. You're the only ones that have the ability to meet the contract requirements.
This is also not true, right? It's half true in that hedge funds did buy Blackwater when it folded, technically speaking, but it didn't, like, they didn't like divvy up Blackwater. Blackwater was a subsidiary, or was a parent company that owned a million subsidiaries itself. But despite all of that, why does this justify him joining any military contracting? All of them are bad. None of them are good. They all suck. So what is his point?
By the time I got around to doing this, which is 2018, so I left the Army in 2012. I frankly didn't know what to do with my life for the next 6 years. And in 2017, I was back in Maine, utterly lost, had left college, didn't know what I was doing, but I was fully qualified to go work for the State Department in Afghanistan. And I had a lot of friends who were on that contract, and so essentially a friend of mine.
Okay, that's dirty. He didn't work for the State Department. He worked for Blackwater, who had a State Department contract. Mincing words there a little bit, are you, Mr. Blackwater?
Hit me up on Facebook. It's like, hey, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, honestly, man, I have no idea. I'm lost. I can't figure out where I fit in this whole thing.
He's like, yeah, come kill some people at the War Crimes Incorporated. He was like, okay.
It's like, I mean, come on over and get on the Ambos detail, and it's the
wait. So he literally said that, yeah, okay. And you were like, all right. I literally, again, keep in mind, his mindset here was like, I hate foreign policy decisions that we make in America because they're bad and they suck, and we shouldn't be over there. That's why he left 6 years prior. And then he was just like, whoop, I gotta go back now.
And it's the money's okay. We don't do, like, we did nothing. I mean, this is by 2018.
Yeah, we talk about what you actually did, because people think of it as like you went out there and you're shooting kids.
Mercenary,
for the record, all of that used to happen back in the late 2000s. Like all the horror stories.
It's still happening in Haiti. What do you think military contracting is for? people who pretend to care about this would plug their ears when not listening to this critique from Sean. Of course they won't. Right? I mean, he's getting glazed right now from these three. He's defending to ostensibly leftists right now why it was okay for him at like 30 years old to go back and join the child murder brigade. And they're like, well, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Explain what you were doing. You were a secretary, right? You didn't really do much there. You were just a secretary, right?
Subscribed.
Will we accept that for anybody else? Please, just tell me that right now. Will we accept that for anybody else? That's craziness. That's insane. He is, at this point, he's 12 years into the military. So if he joined when he was 18, he is 30 years old. Right? Well, technically, it's 6 years after that, so he would be like 36. And so even if they are not literally shooting kids now, which they are, but even if they are not doing that, why would he join the shooting kids brigade? Why would he join the we are going to commit war crimes to kill Afghani civilians? Can we not ask that question? Is that not a fair question to ask? And it literally was because he was bored. It quite literally was because he was bored. That is his answer. His answer to that was because he was bored. And I'm the bad guy for asking that question? I'm the bad guy for being like, hey, why did you do that? Because at no point here has he said, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Again, there's 3 minutes left. I'll let him cook. But it's just gonna piss me off even more. My blood pressure's already rising, bro. As the Gen Alphas are saying that my cortisol levels are spiking. There needs to be programs that take veterans and give them jobs out of the military. I wish he would acknowledge that he was brainwashed and propagandizing, thinking that it was okay to go to a death person job. Literally, just that would be enough. Maybe not enough, but it would be something. But he's lying about it. That's why I don't understand. And that's why I get so frustrated when people get mad at me for having this position. He's lying about it. He's lying about it, and they're letting him get away with it. I'm so confused. Most American left straight up ignores the Caribbean, especially Haiti. So if Blackwater is there, they talk about it, nor ignore or nor organize around anything around it. Yeah, I just like
from that shit are true. Sorry, all that it is there, but there's also a reason why the hammer came down, because that stuff happened. By the time I get there, essentially,
it was all good and dandy. Oh, he joined the good. He joined the good baby killing brigade. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. He joined the Waffen SS after the concentration camps have closed, so that makes it okay. Don't worry, guys. He made sure that all the Nuremberg trials had already happened and stuff. They were chill. It was all over. It was good. I genuinely I don't understand how he sees this as a good argument. This gives him this makes me trust him even less. This makes me trust him even less at this point. Am I tripping? Am I crazy? Please just let me know. Please just let me know. Cause he's being so cagey, it's dishonest. I don't get it. Right? Because if he was honest about it, it would be one thing. Right? If he was honest about it and people were yelling at him, I could understand if I didn't like him, I was like, whatever, right? Which is what I did for months, right? People were like, oh, Grand Platinum is great. And I'm like, whatever. Right? But like, he's like he Klein. He is. Like, actually. Like, actually, he is. That's the craziest thing to me.
It's this like, it's a corporate money grab. And like they use guys like me with, it's a corporate, by the time I get there, essentially it's this like, it's a corporate money grab.
But, and that's okay? It's like, oh, don't worry, guys. We didn't do war crimes. We just made money. Like, how are you making money? Like, what do you think you're making money from? I'm confused.
And like they use guys like me with these backgrounds to meet the contract requirements so they could pay us bare minimum and walk away with the balance, which is frankly what everything in Afghanistan was.
You also realize he didn't say what he did, though. I'm still waiting on that part. Ryan Graham was like, what did you do? He still hasn't said what he did.
By 2018, the whole thing seemed to exist purely to move taxpayer money into the pockets of defense contractors.
Like that's what the case was, right, during Blackwater as well. That's what it did. Like, he's just describing the entirety of military contracting.
I was a driver on the ambassador's advanced security team. So I would go to a venue before the AMBO would go, and I drove the vehicle, and guys on the team would make sure that everything...
Where was he driving at? I don't think he was domestic. There was no way he was not making a bag in Blackwater. I agree with you.
Was set up, and he'd be able to walk in the door and meet the people. It was all... In 2018, we were barely leaving the green zone. We didn't... I mean, look,
sure.
Look, I was there for 6 months. I mean, I probably went on like 12 or 13 moves. All I did was lift weights and play video games. And I got huge, and I played a lot of Far Cry.
Far Cry, okay, nice. Which one?
The Montana.
I don't know how, like, they don't realize that, like, even if he was telling the truth, even if I were to take him at face value, does he not realize that his criticism of, like, the military apparatus falls apart when he does this? Right? Because that his criticism of the military and the entire apparatus around it applies to these private military contractors as well. Right? Just because you weren't doing anything, if he's telling the truth, does not mean that other people were not out there terrorizing people, like, holistically. Right? So you can't be like, I was a part of the military and I was deployed overseas to Afghanistan and I was like, I shouldn't be here right now. I shouldn't be here. So then I left and I came back home, and then I was like, I want to go back to play video games over there now. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Right? At the end of the clip, I heard what they think of Fetterman now, despite of all the red flags in their face. How these same people ever see it happen again? No idea. No clue.
Anna one, the one that was all, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was deeply boring, and it was, which was, I mean, for me at that point was good.
Oh, was it so boring you decided to volunteer to go on a raid or something? I heard a story like that. It was similar. I heard a pretty similar story to that one. I'm just saying. Yeah, instead of a terror city, perhaps.
Like I was over looking for excitement. I was just trying to figure out what it was the only skill I had. And
wait, hold on. Run it back one more time.
And it was, which was, I mean, for me at that point was good because I was like, I was over looking for excitement. I was just trying to figure out what it was the only skill I had. And so.
What does he mean only skill he had? Like,
but 6 months, I actually, honestly, 3 months into it, I was done. I was like, this is such a waste. And then there was this other element where there I am at the embassy, like watching the embassy staff and watching the ambassador and the generals and the NATO staff and the UN staff, and no new ideas. I hadn't been in Afghanistan in 7 years.
Oh, so he was back in Afghanistan. I just wanted some confirmation on that.
There I am 7 years later at like.
But I thought he didn't like it. Hypothetical question. Hypothetical. When a question starts like this, it's always going to be a good one. Person grows up working at a factory farm slaughterhouse, has a hand killing hundreds of cattle, gets a complex PTSD with all of their friends, their expertise is cattle slaughter, and they leave to go cope, and they start working at a chicken farm, so it offers them a job at another cattle farm, but then they become vegan and can't cognitively reconcile with the other farms. Are they unfit for office? I don't know, maybe. I think it's very telling that you're comparing like the lives of, I don't know, brown kids overseas to cattle, but that's just me though. That's just me though. I personally wouldn't do it, but I think people are people. I think Unfit for Office came out of nowhere. Yeah. But you're right, I'm black. It is the imperial equivalence on purpose. Did I ask if you were black or not, Chatter? I don't really care. I'll break it down very simply for you, just because it's easy for you to do. If you commit harm, you have to acknowledge the harm that you've committed, apologize for it, and move on. Grant Platter has not done that. It's that simple. It's literally not that difficult. He murdered people. I don't know if he like specifically had a hand in murdering people, to be fair. He might have. I don't know. But he was a part of a system that he acknowledges was harmful and bad. But instead of acknowledging his role in that system, right, he's like, first of all, he denies being a part of it by saying it wasn't Blackwater, but if it was, this is why it's okay. And then he says, it was only for 6 months, therefore it's okay. And then he says, I didn't do anything, I just play video games, so therefore me being a part of the system is okay. Like, that's bad. Own it. He should say yes. Honestly, he should say what he says about the military, about his Blackwater tenure. I think it's less okay because he was a 30-something-year-old man at this point. Was he a gunner originally? He definitely killed people. To be fair, like, there are enough people in the military where, like, technically you can be a gunner and not kill people, right? I don't know. I'm not going to, like, litigate how much that is. How was he? At least 30. He said he enlisted when he was, like, I think he said he was 18 when he enlisted the first time, right? He did 4 tours, which, I don't know, we could say in the military, in the Army, and the Marines. So I would say from around 8 to 12 years in the military. I think I heard him say 12 at some point. Which he would be late 20s, early 30s by the time of him joining Blackwater. Or he's getting out of the military. Late 20s, early 30s by the time of him getting out of the military. He said 6 years later, right, he joined Blackwater. So if he was 30, he was 36. If he was 28, he was 34 years old when he went to join Blackwater because he was bored. That's how old he was. He was in the military for 8 years? Okay, then it was 8 years. So sometimes military tours are 3 years. So yeah, so he was 34 when he went back to Blackwater because he was bored. Right? And his response is, well, technically speaking, it wasn't technically Blackwater because it had a different logo in the corner of the checks that I got from it. And then also, it was actually super easy and stuff, and I didn't really do anything. I just lifted weights and played video games, so it's okay. Like, I think that's insane. I think that is a crazy thing to say. And I think it's crazy that like leftists are just like, oh, that makes sense to me. That's wild. I think I want to believe that like they just don't know about Blackwater. I want to believe that. Oh, first of all, he's also lying about the core of how Blackwater turned into Constella's where he worked. But that's a separate conversation. They think it's okay because he regrets it. He was not talking like he regrets this, though, to be entirely fair. He says he regrets his military service, potentially. He did not really speak like he regrets this, to be fair. He said that he loved it. Okay, he didn't say he loved it, but he's talking about how he did nothing but play video games and lift weight. He said it was boring. Right? He said he was over it, but he didn't say that he regrets it. You know? He doesn't even say that's bad. He doesn't even acknowledge that, like, maybe this was a bad thing to do. Again, I will engage with the argument of the poverty draft, right? If you look back there behind me right there, you see a little picture of me in my JROTC uniform, saluting, right? I was a cadet when I was in high school. They almost got me too. I get how the military grooms people into service. I do. I get it. That was a LIB cosplay? Okay. But like, chat, he was 2 years older than me when he left the military for the first time. Strategically, we have to reward him for being a leftist, though. No, you don't get rewarded for killing brown people. No, you don't. No, you don't get rewarded for doing the correct thing, for doing sorry, not the correct thing, for doing the normal, basic, human, morally righteous thing. If you truly believe it, you should understand that nobody's going to pat you on the back for not shooting people every day. Well, listen, Johnny walked in. He didn't stab Samantha today. We should give him a piece of candy for not stabbing Samantha today. No, you don't reward somebody for that. That's silly and stupid. If he truly believes it, if he's truly changed, he doesn't need to be rewarded for being a leftist. And he's not a leftist. Why do people believe he's a leftist? He, at every turn, stands against the label of a leftist. He is not a leftist. He doesn't want to be called a leftist. He's like, please, forever, please, for the love of everything, don't call me a leftist. And people were like, we have to reward him for being a leftist. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? I will reward him with my lack of talking about him once he acknowledges that maybe it was a teeny beeny, itsy witsy little bit bad to join the Nazi killing children brigade, okay? That's what would be his reward from me. He will get that reward from me once he just says, I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And until then, that's not going to happen.
With access to all the brain trust, nothing had changed. Same nonsense.
Wow.
And I was like, we are going to lose this war. And when it collapses, it's going to be a mess. Now, I don't want to say I was right, but, you know. And I didn't want to be there when that happened. But two, I was like, there's no purpose to this. Nobody has any idea. Like,
yeah, you knew that 6 years ago. Oh, you just joined the private military contractors just to check on your work, just to see? He was like, listen, I knew we were getting nothing from this 6 years ago, but like, maybe it's different now. maybe we changed. I have to go back to see, okay? I have to go back to see.
The embassy is constantly under under construction, because there's always some new security threat that we have to pay somebody. Some contractor comes in and
yeah, you that you joined for. You're talking about yourself. Why does he not acknowledge that? Why does he not acknowledge that? Am I crazy?
The whole thing was just a scam. It's just one huge scam paid for by tax dollar money. And I wanted no part in it. So I quit.
But you just did that already. I feel like I'm going crazy, bro. I feel like you just did that 6 years ago. You got out and you were like, I can't do this anymore. And you were doing it for 6 years. And he was like, I'm kind of bored. I kind of want to spin the block on Afghanistan real quick. And then he joined a private military contractor. And he was like, okay, now I really know I don't want any part of this. This confirms it for me, I guess. I can't. Here's the cliche metaphor. How many people go back to a bad relationship? Well, that bad relationship would be like, he's the abuser. He's the abuser here. Like, he's the person who was the abuser in the relationship. He's committing the harm. It's like, he's like knocking on the door of the ex that he keeps beating up, being like, I'm back. Yeah, I realized I couldn't live without you. Expecting us to feel sorry for him. Like, no, he needs to acknowledge that, like, hey, maybe I am the bad guy. I'm the bad guy here. He's talking about the military industrial complex as the other partner. No, he is the abuser. He's a perpetrator. He needs to acknowledge his role as a perpetrator. The same way that somebody who's an abuser can also be a victim of their own abuse in other dynamics. Right? He's like, oh, don't worry, I am an abuser because I got beat up by my dad or something. That doesn't mean you get to abuse other people. That can contextualize why he went back, sure. But he needs to acknowledge that he's still the perpetrator here. He did the bad. He did the not good. He decided to do this. Nobody decided this for him. He, as a grown 34-year-old man, decided, I know that it's bad, and I'm going to go back because I know that it's bad, but because I don't know what else to do with my life as a 34-year-old man. And that is a decision that we can contextualize in the wider dynamic of the military-industrial complex. But he has to understand that that's the case. That's what happened. And people are allowed to be upset at him. And if he wants to undo that harm, he has to acknowledge that harm. Like, what are we talking about? He didn't come in terms with the reason that pushed him to join a second time. He deeply knows how bad it looks, so he refuses to confront it the same way he confronts the military service. Exactly. He just said he did it because he was bored. He was like, I just had nothing going for me. Like, yeah, that works when you're 17 years old. It doesn't work when you're 28. I'm sorry. It doesn't. It doesn't. It does not work when you're 28. You can't, I didn't know what to do. And I left college and I was back in Maine. And my friend called me up and was like, hey, I know you said that being in Afghanistan was bad and there was nothing for you there and we shouldn't have been there. But how would you feel about going back, but in a worse version? He needs to justify why he said yes. He needs to justify why he said yes. And nothing he said, nothing I've heard him say, possibly justifies that. Nothing. We live in Maine and all the jobs are options are shitty and not have no skills. I still have friends in the 30s who don't know what they want to do with their careers. He's not a poor person. He just got done with an entire stint in the military. He's not in poverty. Nothing in his background shows that he's like a downtrodden like person who literally is surviving off of pennies or whatever. He's not like on the street. He could go back to school. He could go back to doing bartending. He could do a lot of different things. A number of different things. It was in his mind that like, the only thing that I'm good at is this military stuff, so I must go back to military contracting. I never said he was poor. I said that he didn't know what to do like job-wise as a career. But I'm saying that he had options. He's a white man in America. I'm sorry. I do not give very much credence to that dynamic. I'm sorry. He is a white man in America. Bro could have walked wherever he wanted to go. Could have went wherever he wanted to go. What happened to his oyster farm? I think that started after, to be entirely fair. Right? He could have got a job like the rest of us. Right? But he has to answer for why he made that decision. Nobody else made that decision but him. He needs to answer for that. He has to answer for why he decided to go to private military contracting when none of the rest of us did. He just does. Everybody keeping the score, comparative analysis of ex-military CPT&Z, because that's what I'm basing my analysis on. I don't care. He needs to answer for it. His reason could be whatever it is. He needs to say it. That's my beef. He needs to come out and say, this is why it happened. My problem with him is that he's not saying that. You can't just be like, oh, I was bored, and then he needs to acknowledge why that was bad. If he wants to be a voice for the left that people are positioning him for, right? He has to acknowledge that, like, yeah, I did that, but it was bad that I did that.
I was only there for 6 months. I quit and I moved back to my hometown and I became an oyster farmer. And I'll be honest, until this stuff happened, I had no intent on ever looking back because I was done.
Oh, so that makes it okay, right? He just only did it for 6 months, therefore it's fine. Right? But that's the problem. He doesn't realize his privilege. The privilege that he has to just go and be a part of the war crime brigade and then just hang it up and be like, okay, I won't look back now. All right. You're right. I'm just saying that that may be a thing that he's cognitively unable to do, even if he can can be destructively critical of it. Yeah, but then he shouldn't be. I'm sorry. He should not be a spokesperson for the left. That is number one thing you do. If he's unable to do that, he should not be the person that people are making him out to be. That's my take. Yeah, he's running to be a senator. If he's so buried in trauma response that he can't be accountable, that's dangerous in a leader. Exactly. The question is, Mills Mafia or Platinum Killer Gang? Which way westward, man? Which way, Maine? It's called Mainers. Mainer Mans. Also, Mango Breezy, thank you for the 35 months. Man, this made me way more upset than I thought it would, to be entirely fair. Jeez, the freaking wheeze, bro. Are there actual leftists who are rooting for him? We're gonna continue on.
Everything the Trump administration does, at some point, you boil it down to them, their family members, or their inner circle making money off of it. That is certainly part of it.
How would you describe the U.S. relationship with Israel?
I mean, at this point, I would just say shameful. You know, this is what has happened in Gaza it's the moral question of our time. And we failed it.
Has Plattner spoke on one state versus two slate? I think what's interesting to me is the bar is like extraordinarily low for him because he's in Maine. And that's what I think is so frustrating, right? Because he's in Maine, specifically because he's a white guy in Maine. The bar is so low that they will let him get away with stuff that they wouldn't allow for other people because he's in Maine. And it feels weird to me. Because I'm like, do we not believe stuff anymore? I thought we believed stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't think he's an advocate for either a two-state or one state. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. You can't not be an advocate for, that's not a thing. It's either you're for Palestinian emancipation or you are okay with them being oppressed and put under either a slow or a fast genocide. Yeah, that's not a thing. I'm just saying he doesn't mean it. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm not coming at you, but I'm just saying that that's not a thing. There's no way. There is a no position. Like there's not a thing. He's a no solution kind of guy. Very common actually. How is that okay? How is that not worse than like the two-staters at the very least? People were like, I don't know, I just haven't thought about it. You know? At the very least, we can deal with that on that question he said pass. On the deal with the two-staters, we can deal with that, right? We can engage with that. But you prefer not making a stance on two staters, possibly at least advocate for one state in that spot. No. I think two-staters are slightly worse. No. Because the people who don't even touch it are two-staters. But you can't engage with them, right? You can talk to two-staters and like convince them otherwise and why that's not the case. But people who are just like, I don't know, I haven't thought that far, right? Probably would fall on the side of like the two-state solution, but like you can't engage with them because they haven't even considered the question, you know? It's like, I think it's kind of important to think like, what does it mean for Palestinian emancipation to actually exist, right? Yeah, exactly. They haven't done the work. Like it's fine to be like, yeah, Israel should stop killing Palestinians, but how meaningful is that in the long term when you consider that they've been killing Palestinians for decades with impunity? So like we stop Israel funding immediately. What now? Now you have to come to a position. Now you have to walk to a position that you don't currently have, right? Because you don't believe anything, right? I think it's a bit cowardly, personally. But that's what I take.
Miserably.
States sound fair to normies. It's workable. Yeah, because you can explain like this is why currently two-state exists, but beyond the Bushra stuff, I'm not sure I missed a segment, but I'm just now saying that the forced sterilization of Ethiopian Jews is a myth and it's voluntary on behalf of the Ethiopians. What? Okay, Bad Banana is just being racist. That's just it. He's just it's like, what can make black people mad? That's literally all he's doing. So I'm not even gonna, I didn't talk about it, but like, we're gonna continue on with freaking Grand Platinum discourse.
We continue to fail.
I still think two-state actually is worse because you were actively taking the Israel position. Yeah, but that can come off of like again, that's workable because it's like people who were like, we need to fund the Iron Dome because it's important. Like you can work with that and explain like why like defensive spending for Israel is like no different than like offensive spending for Israel and why you're still subsidizing the killing of Palestinians. You can start somewhere to explain. I'm not saying it's good, right? But it's easier to explain a consequential position than like Tuesday's like denial of reality. It's like akin to climate denial. But it's in like this, right? I position it like this, right? Imagine climate denial versus somebody who doesn't even believe in the climate, right? They're like, what is your thoughts on the climate? It's like, I don't know, I didn't think about the climate. What's the climate? You know what I mean? And so it's easier to get somebody from climate denial to climate reality than somebody who's just like, what's the climate? Imagine a burger. Not that it really matters, because like it's all very nebulous or whatever. Because both positions are stupid. But my point is that I think it's still cowardly to not take a position anyway. To me, a rando having that opinion is different than a politician taking that position. Oh, for sure.
There's a genocide that has been committed in Gaza, and we continue to not only not stand up against it, but allow it to happen, run political cover for it, run diplomatic cover for it. You know, down the road, history is not going to remember the leaders of this nation who, of both parties, by the way, who allowed this to happen. It's not going to remember them well. And it brings me an immense amount of shame, and I think it brings a lot of shame to a lot of Americans that even now we're continuing to have this relationship and to support the mass killing of innocent civilians.
So on that note, what would a Senator Graham Plattner of Maine do in the United States Congress?
This would be a good question to lead into his Blackwater tenure, but you know, that's just a separate conversation, I guess.
To prevent us from carrying on our complicit relationship with a genocidal nation?
Well, I certainly would have voted with the 40 Democrats who yesterday voted to stop sending money and arms to the Israeli government.
I mean, this is a layup for him because Susan Collins sucks on this. She's like almost to like John Fetterman levels of bad on this. John Fetterman is like uniquely fanatical, so like it's hard. 98% of politicians suck on this. Yes, but like even again, 40 Democrats voted on this recent bill to stop like bulldozers being sent to Israel, right? So like there are very few Democrats who are like standing so closely aligned with Israel even at this point, and John Fetterman and Susan Collins are two of them.
I would support that wholeheartedly.
You know, I get you.
And down the road, if it is a relationship that is going to be repaired, we need to be looking at an entirely.
I think it's better to have Janet Mills over this guy. Do you think I think it's better to have Janet Mills over this guy? Is that what I said, Chatter? What do you want? I want him to acknowledge the fact that him joining Blackwater is absolutely insane. What are we talking about here? Do you disagree? Do you think him joining Blackwater is chill and good and awesome and amazing? He won't? Then that's bad. Then what? Then fuck him. He sucks. I don't live in Maine. What do you want me to do? Want me to not illegally vote for him? You want Janet Mills? I don't live in Maine, you moron. Please rub your two brain cells together for 1 second. I do not live in Maine. What do you want me to do? You want me to commit to illegally voting for Graham Platter? Like, what are we talking about here? Are you constantly talking about him? I guarantee you, I am the leftist commentator who talks about Plattner the least. You don't want me to constantly talk about Graham Plattner. I promise you. You have not seen me start to constantly talk about Graham Plattner. You don't want me to constantly talk about Graham Plattner. I promise you. I will make your life a living hell if I constantly talk about Graham Plattner. You don't want it. You are lucky. You are lucky I am as restrained as I am talking about Graham Plattner. You are so lucky. Honestly, and all your favorite little leftist creators are so lucky that I am not talking about Graham Plattner as much as I am. Because I can talk about the inconsistency from all these leftist creators when it comes to supporting this guy when they're talking about the IDF. But I don't. So they're lucky that I don't do it. They're welcome. They're welcome. They're welcome. They are welcome. I'm sorry. It is the P hive at this point. It's the P hive for P hustle. That's all it is. I am consistent on this. I am never going to let people, including and especially people who are supposedly on our side, get away with causing harm and not apologizing for it. Ever. In my life. In my life. Graham Plattner caused harm. Graham Plattner caused a lot of harm. And he has not acknowledged the harm that he's caused. I don't care about what election is going on right now. All I care about is that this person who's being constantly promoted, but I think apology is less beneficial than policy and liberation. I don't care what you think. I literally don't care. I don't care. My worldview is very specific. If you cause harm to marginalized people, you need to rectify that. Accountability is necessary. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't care. This is what I believe. If you cause harm towards marginalized people, accountability is necessary. He caused harm. He's not facing accountability. I am talking about him because there is no accountability. Very simple. That's it. You are so short-sighted that you're like, no, we need to get Graham Plattner elected and this will solve all of our problems. The problem is that when you let people who can commit harm without any recourse into power, why would they not just keep committing harm either, unintentionally or not? This is literally what the Fetterman conversation is about. It's not about John Fetterman having a stroke and being pro-Israel, right? It's about John Fetterman, before being elected, right, having signs of not being as stalwart in his beliefs as he originally presented, and then now people being surprised about that in the future. Do you know who wasn't pro John Fetterman? Me. Do you know who was pro John Fetterman? A lot of people that support Graham Plattner. Let's unpack that a little bit. I'll repeat that one more time. Do you know who wasn't pro John Fetterman? Me. Do you know who is pro Graham Plattner? Or pro John Fetterman? A lot of people who are currently pro Graham Plattner. So I think a question must be asked about why am I constantly so on the correct side of these issues? And why do y'all constantly get so, duped consistently? I don't know. I don't know. I gotta think about that, right? You know who was, I can go through the list of people, right? We can start with Ethan Klein. When people who were shouting at Ethan Klein. And you know who was calling Ethan Klein out? It was me. Right. But we can talk about Bada Banada. Do you know who was not co-signing Bada Banada when he was trying to Ethan Klein, but now he's going crazy on the timeline? Oh, it was me. Both sides Tyler. Both sides Tyler. Oh, it was me. What a surprise. We can keep going with the Dean Withers, with Dr. Mike Israel. We can keep going. Consistently, because it's about being principled and believing something. Actually believing something. Holding a core set of principles and not swaying from those core set of principles. It's not just about, we just need to get more Democrats elected. It's not just about, we just need to get more people who call themselves leftists elected. It's about believing something, because what are elections if it's not to protect marginalized people? So why am I not starting at the starting point of protecting marginalized people? Elections are an afterthought, is it not? More Democrats elected is an afterthought, is it not? Is the starting point instead protecting marginalized people? Is it not? Is it not? Because if you start there, if you begin there, if you start at the protection of marginalized people, you don't have to worry about being John Fetterman. You don't have to worry about being Bad Abanada. You don't have to worry about being Ethan Klein. Because everything you do is filtered through the lens of protecting marginalized people. And if somebody strays from that, you don't have to throw them out immediately. You can try to rectify that. And if they're unable to rectify that, then you know they are not an ally. So people always ask consistently, all the time, how does Hassan keep on being betrayed by the people that he trusted? It's because you don't have this level of consistency when you are dealing with these people. You need to have this level of consistency is if they are causing harm, you call out that shit when they are causing it, and you don't have to worry about it 10 years down the line. You don't have to worry about being John Fetterman 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line, if you sit down and you ask, hey, sure he's saying all the correct stuff right now, sure he's believing all the correct stuff right now, but let's look at his history. Let's look at a week ago. Let's look at a month ago. Let's look at a year ago. And does his behavior match it up? But it's seemingly impossible for y'all to do. Seemingly impossible. It happened with freaking Progressive Victory like a month ago. You have Progressive Victory. I made a tweet calling out Progressive Victory. How did they rebrand themselves as leftists? They just called themselves leftists. They just decided to be leftists. They were cozying up with Destiny, cozying up with Vosh, cozying up with I'm Really Relevant, cozying up with Dylan Burns, cozying up with a freaking Boner Box or whatever. But then they just decided that they were leftists. And people were like, oh, well, they're leftists now. Don't do infighting. No infighting, guys. And then you're surprised when they're like, we will not endorse any candidate that's not calling for offensive arms to be sent to Ukraine immediately or whatever. And they're defending like slur usage or whatever. No such conditions for Palestine? Exactly. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Because at no point have I ever said, that Graham Plattner could not have changed his mind. At no point have I ever said that Graham Plattner could not have believed something differently than he did. It is very simple. Graham Plattner caused harm.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Graham Plattner caused harm when he, as a grown 28-year-old man, decided that he wanted to join the Nazi child-killing war crime brigade. He caused harm. He needs to apologize and be held accountable for that harm. It's that simple. It's that simple. That is the lens that I filter the entirety of my position through. All of it. All of it. I got people who in here were saying it with Mike, or with Hassan, or with Kyle Kulinski, or with insert any random leftist person. Why are you talking about this person? Why are you talking about this person? You're just doing Destiny's work for them. You're doing Ethan Klein's work for them. It's very simple. I will say it one more time. If you cause harm to marginalized people, accountability is necessary for that harm. It's no different. It's literally that simple. It's one sentence. One sentence. If you cause harm to marginalized people, accountability is necessary for that harm. I don't care if you are my favorite person in the world. I don't care if it's me, myself. I don't care who it is. That's why I do politics. That's why I got into politics. That's why I've continued to cover politics. And that's why I will continue to cover politics. I do it for the protection of marginalized people. I do not care about the white or left. I do not care about leftists getting elected. I do not care about the nebulous concepts of socialism or communism. I don't care. I care about these things in insofar as I believe that these systems are better for protecting marginalized people. But I do it for that. For that reason. That's what I care about. I care about more Democrats being elected or more leftists being elected to Democrat or these Democratic primaries in insofar as it happens at the extent of protecting marginalized people. But I will not let these primaries come in the way of my core belief system, which is the protection of marginalized people. I will not. And if you are unable to take accountability for your harm to marginalized people, then maybe you shouldn't win. Maybe we don't need you in my movement, whatever movement I'm trying to build here. Maybe we're not a part of the same movement if that's not a core belief of you, right? Because if you get elected, who's to say that you're gonna do what that needs to be done for my movement, which is caring about trans people, caring about black people, caring about disabled people, caring about women, caring about immigrants, caring about Palestinians. That's what I care about. That's what I care about. That's it. That's it. I think it's an abject failure. An abject failure from every single leftist that backs this person without doing the very, very bare minimum, which is trying to hold his feet to the fire and having him try to get a level of accountability for the harm that he committed in the past. An abject failure to laugh with him, to kiki with him for your little freaking panel or whatever about Far Cry. When he's telling you that he joined the child-killing Nazi brigade because he was bored.
I was about to go get that
disgusting.
penny.
It's disgusting. It's gross.
Different government in an entirely different
no idea
structure.
Damage it does to your movement. You have people trying to copy your shit and then tarnish it with no regard. Doesn't that feel horrible? Have Fetterman associated with
About
it
to go
should.
get that penny.
It should be fucking embarrassing. It should be embarrassing. Genuinely, it should be fucking embarrassing to be a leftist that backed Fetterman. You should be fucking embarrassed. I genuinely, you should be embarrassed. I should be able to publicly Google an apology from you for backing Fetterman. What are we talking about here? That's embarrassing. There has to be some level of self-reflection that, like, hey, that was a mistake. We messed up here. We messed up here. We messed up. We messed up. That's it. It's so insanely frustrating. So insanely frustrating. Because it could be so simple. It could, I said it with Ethan Klein. Could have been so simple. Before Ethan Klein was given direct access into the movement, somebody just standing guard at the door and was just like, hey, we need to see some accountability for your actions. But that never happened. That never happened. Because if Ethan Klein was faced with that accountability, right? If he was actually made to reckon with the fact of, like, why did you believe these things? How did you even get to these positions in the first place? You know? Then maybe he wouldn't have been so far off the deep end that he is now. And it happens consistently, all the time. All the time. But so all too often do white men get this level of charitability. Right? And I say it constantly. People project onto them their change. They don't need to apologize. Why should they need to apologize? Right? It's so frustrating. There are people who mislabel accountability as intentional purity test. Fucking I am purity testing. Sure, whatever. Call it whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't want you tracking mud into my house. Call it whatever you want to call it. If we have a room full of people with a peanut allergy, I'm not going to let you walk around with a fucking bag of peanuts. You can call that a purity test if you want to call it a purity test. You're going to start harming people. You're going to start causing people harm. Nazi bar metaphor. For calling a senator a representative of our movement, they should be pure. It doesn't even matter because he's going to win. I can say whatever the flip I want to say about this man. He's going to win anyway. Right? And if this person who is positioned 12 points ahead of the opposition can't even muster a quick "I'm sorry" for being a part of the Nazi killing children brigade, then why would anybody else? Why would any other politician? You felt worse about his Reddit post? He's more sorry about being called a socialist. He's apologized more for being called a socialist than he has for joining Blackwater.
Than what exists now. You know, it's not as simple for me as like the genocide just stops and then we turn the bombs and the money back on, right? Like we need to see a hell of a lot more than that to justify American support for an ally who is willing.
Are you saying you would want to see Israel make actual changes to the way it runs itself, controls the Palestinians? Yeah. For example, its apartheid policies, that would be an issue for you?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, come on, man. You just let him answer, bro. You can't just give him the answers to the test. Justin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the 42 bits, and Brett, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Jeez Louise, I was yelling a lot.
And illegal settlements need to end. In fact, they need to be rolled back. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to repair this relationship.
Would you follow in the footsteps of Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, who has said she opposes all U.S. military aid to Israel, including for the quote-unquote defensive Iron Dome?
Yes. I mean, look, we have laws on the books in this country that say that regimes, governments committing war crimes do not get American aid.
It's Leahy law, right? I'm pretty sure it's Leahy law.
We're just, all we are asking.
No, I don't think he hesitated. I think he's just Grant Platter. I think he believes this stuff.
Is that we follow our own laws here. It's not that complicated.
Your opponent, Janet Mills, was recently asked if she denies that Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. She kind of threw up her hands and just started talking about genocides in Sudan and weirdly in Somalia. She also mentioned the Rwandan genocide from over 30 years ago. She wouldn't say Israel is committing a genocide. She just dodged that point. What do you think is driving that kind of answer and behavior from her?
I would like to go in detail on what the solution looks like for him. I mean, maybe gave him the cards, basically. But that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, about like, what does he believe as it pertains to like one state, two state, or what have you?
You know, I very much think she just comes from an era of establishment politicians that are just fundamentally wrong on this issue, and who think that these sort of mealy-mouthed politically incoherent responses are going to be acceptable to the American people, and they're not. People don't want to hear like a 10-minute rambling, winding explanation invoking genocides from 30 years ago and about how concerning it all is. People don't want concern. People want it to stop. And they want politicians and leaders who are going to call it for what it is, for what the entire world sees it for being. And I just think that there are a lot of establishment politicians who just cannot come to grips with this shift.
Just on that note, just grabbing some.
I think the answer here is just not great, personally. Sure, 30 years ago don't matter. Did I hear that? It is kind of what it came across as. I don't think that's what he's saying, but like it wasn't a great answer because it is how it comes across. Just say it was whataboutism. Say she's trying to dodge the answer. Like I don't think he needed that line. Like that genocide is old news. Who cares about that anymore?
I think you just said a moment ago. Do you think the reason for your success so far in the polls is that you do speak like a normal person? Like, is that a problem that has plagued the Democratic Party, that everyone talks like a consultant, speaks in talking points? And actually, Donald Trump showed us that the American public not only don't care if you don't talk like a politician, they actually prefer it if you don't.
Oh, by 100%. It was something that's
actually disagree with this. I don't think it's how he speaks. I don't think that matters as much as people like to say it does. Trump didn't win because he spoke like a normal person. He won because he was racist. Like, that does play a little bit of a role in it, for sure. But I think it's more that, like, Graham Platter is breaking the establishment line. The establishment is so unpopular that he could honestly speak however he wants to, and he'd probably still be fine. James Talarico doesn't speak like a quote-unquote normal person, per se. Like, he speaks like you would see a Democrat speak, and he's successful. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's that specifically.
Fascinating for me in this entire experience is realizing
which is what I was saying like over like a year ago, where like it could have been anybody else. Anybody else could have ran here and basically been like, the establishment is bad, and they probably would have done equally as well. I feel like it's because Maine. I mean, again, I'm sure that has something to do with it, but I still, it's more just the Democratic establishment is like 30 or 25% approval rating at this point. Just be a Democrat and say, "Yo, Susan Collins sucks." You're probably chilling, you know, or sorry, Janet Mills sucks. You know, you're probably chilling. This is why progressives are doing relatively well holistically across the country.
How many people who run for office don't actually have any deeper political beliefs? Like, for me, being able to explain my positions is relatively easy. I feel like I've got a very strong political foundation. I know what I believe. I know why I believe it. And it's easy for me to talk about it because this is stuff that I believe. I don't have these like pre-memorized, focus group tested talking points that I have to Rolodex through in my brain. I'm running on my politics. And what I have found is that when you run on your politics, people just find that accessible and understandable. And when you go out into communities like we've been doing, we hold town halls almost daily. When you do that and you talk about what you believe, why you believe it, and what policies you want to enact to make those beliefs a reality, people they understand it and they connect with it. And I think that very much has to do with why we've succeeded in the polls thus far.
So on that note, a perfect segue into what I want to talk about next, which I'm sure you're fed up about talking about, but is all the controversies associated with you and especially your online comments from the past. And since you said you're comfortable explaining yourself, let's talk very plainly about some of this stuff, because I know you've spoken about this before, but it's the first time you and I are speaking about any of this. The biggest single controversy of your campaign, which is not going to go away if Susan Collins has her way, is a tattoo you got in 2007 that you've since had covered up of a skull and crossbones that resembles a very infamous Nazi symbol. You said
I just feel like we can't have an honest conversation about this if we're going to be dishonest about it. It's a totem cough, bro. That's what it is. That's what it is. His intention or not intention. That is what it is. Is Mehdi washing too? Yes, I mean that's what it is. This is platinum washing a little bit. I thought he covered it up after being discovered. Yes, it was covered up after being discovered. If you got a swastika, would we say he got some linear geometry that resembled a Nazi symbol? Linear geometry.
Said you had no idea about the connection, saying, quote, I absolutely would not have gone through life having this on my chest if I knew that. When exactly did you find out?
I mean, he joined freaking Blackwater in 2018. I don't know if I fully believe that either, but
on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one.
Oh, about 3 or 4 days before I had it covered up. I mean,
this isn't true. I don't think this is true. I'm pretty sure this isn't true. I'm pretty sure it was at least weeks. Because we heard about it more than 3 or 4 days before it got covered up, I'm pretty sure. But I might be misremembering. So I'll take his word for it.
So I got that about 3 or 4 days before I had it covered up. I mean, I got that tattoo with some other Marines when we were on shore leave in Croatia in 2007. And then I had it for 17 years. I went through 2 security clearances. I re-enlisted in the United States Army, got screened for gang and hate tattoos, and then I went to work for the State Department on the ambassador security team in Kabul, where I got a top secret clearance and also got screened. Never came up. I took my shirt off in front of my extended Jewish family the entire time. I would not have done that if I thought I had some obviously recognizable white supremacist or Nazi symbol.
So Graham, why then, and that all sounds perfectly reasonable, especially the security checks. So why then did a former
I mean, we have the Secretary of Defense walking around with freaking white supremacist tattoos as well. So like, am I tripping? Like,
official on your campaign, Genevieve McDonald, the security checks. So why then did a former top official on your campaign, Genevieve McDonald, your former political director, tell The Guardian last year, while he may not have known what his tattoo meant when he selected the image, it's not plausible he remained ignorant of its meaning all these years?
I don't know why she said that. She was only on the campaign for a little over a month and would not have known anything about things I would have known. She quit in rather spectacular fashion and then spent some time saying deprecating things about the campaign and about myself.
Okay, then why did CNN report that they spoke to an acquaintance of yours from more than a decade ago who said you talked to him about your tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol?
Well, I believe they actually reported on a Jewish insider investigation, which had spoken to one anonymous person who, when they claimed they knew me, it was years. They said they knew me from when I worked at a bar from years I didn't even work at that bar.
Okay.
And
so you're denying that allegation, just to be clear.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It also came out after the story broke, so you know it's.
Just on the bigger picture, I can understand what you're saying, and I'm hearing your denials and the point about your extended Jewish family. It makes sense, and you're a progressive, so people are giving you a lot of leeway because they.
Why Americans fixated on symbolism over his actions, asking about this service because he has a defense of his symbols. That's what it is. It's because he has a defense of the tattoos, right? As we saw from this clip here, there's not really a defense that he has of joining Blackwater, except for like, I didn't really have anything to do, and I was kind of bored. So.
Like your policy platform.
I still personally don't believe it, but I don't care to litigate it any further because I'm tired.
But surely you would admit, if you were a Republican who had been found with that tattoo on your chest, people, progressives, Democrats, would be losing their minds, wouldn't they not?
That's okay. That's fair. That's fair from Mehdi.
Well, I think if I had that tattoo and had displayed at any point in my life any affinity for fascism or bigotry.
I mean, you joined Blackwater And you had that Reddit post about tipping as well about black people. So, you know, same with Lil Rock because he wanted an adventure, so at least it's consistent.
Or, you know,
Again, I don't think him having the tattoo is like proof that he's like a secret Nazi. Personally, that's not where like my beef with Grand Platinum is. I think he's just stupid. I think he's just dumb. I have more beef with like leftists who are like, I didn't even know it was a Nazi tattoo. That's where my beef is. Cause I'm like, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. You're telling me that if Pete Hegseth, right, took his shirt off at a White House event because he's drunk or something, and you saw a tattoo, you would not be like, that's a little bit suspicious. What is that tattoo? You know what I mean? I didn't know what it was called, but it definitely looks sus. I think it kind of feeds into like the whole, like, people just want to defend Grand Platinum because it's Grand Platinum. You know? And like, you don't need to. Right? You don't need to. It's unnecessary. I know, I thought the tattoo flash at Totenkopf was founded by an anchor and a pin and blade and a heart that says mom. I'm pretty sure around a few other symbols that were around it. I'm with you, right? I agree with you. I don't believe him, right? Like to be entirely, again, I don't think he was like, oh, this is a Nazi tattoo, I want that one. But like, he's a machine gunner in Croatia, in the army. Like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they got fascist tattoos just cause. Right? Because if we're going to be real about the role that the American military was playing in the Middle East, like, you know what I mean? But like, again, my biggest beef is just like, I think he's just dumb. I think he's dumb because he found out about it, and then his reaction was like, that's the most R-worded blank I've ever heard in my life, or whatever. Like, dropping slurs, 2026, iffy. Or it was in 2025, I think. One of the times, I don't remember. And then you had, then he waited to get it covered up on camera to be like, see guys, I'm getting it covered up. Right, because if I found out I had a Nazi tattoo on me, I'm getting covered up the same day. I don't have any tattoos on me though, so that can't happen.
Racism, then that would absolutely be something to connect. Thing is, in all of my Reddit posts, if you read through them, they've been out there since October, every single one of them. It's fairly clear that I have been long an opponent of fascism, bigotry, and racism. Sometimes.
How do you explain the black tipping thing?
With language that people say is too extreme, even though, I don't know, fighting fascism seems like something we should all be dedicated to.
On the language front, though, this has caught up with you now. We talked a moment ago about how popular you've become because you speak like a normal person. But that comes with its own challenges in the political world, which is you've used the word retarded, which I saw you apologize for this week. You've made comments about women that both Janet Mills and Susan Collins have attacked you for. There's the tattoo. Do you at least accept that going into the
We didn't even make it this time.
general election, this is going to be an issue for you because the Republican Party are not going to let this.
Also, tinfoil hat theory. Hear me out. Tinfoil hat theory. Mehdi said it to diffuse the word so it looks less bad than if Clarence Patton said it. That's my tinfoil hat theory. I think he's just an old man. Maybe.
Slide. They're going to use this against you. You know the word baggage. Do you at least accept that from a perceptual point of view, regardless of your individual justifications for all of it, do you accept politically it is a big challenge for you going into a general election with all of this quote-unquote baggage?
I will say I don't really think so, because in my experience thus far going around Maine, a lot of people look at that and say like, okay, so he's a guy that never wanted to run for office. He's not of the system at all, and he very clearly just comes from the normal world.
I love that his
and has
response is
existed
that like what people in Maine like it, so it's fine.
in the normal world, coming with all of the things that come with that. I mean, I was in the Marine Corps infantry, and I have worked on a boat on the ocean for the past decade. Salty language, that kind of stuff is it is a thing that I am constantly working to improve.
Wait, okay, so if that's the case, if he can be a product of his environment as it pertains to his language, he can't be a product of his environment as it pertains to being indoctrinated into fascist thoughts and ideology. You know what I mean? Which is where the inconsistency comes in a little bit. Because, like, if I were to accept that, I'm like, fine, cool, whatever. He was a sailor in Maine, but like on ships in the Marines or whatever. Like, disabled people still existed back then, you know. Also, he was saying it in 2026 or 2024. Whenever he found out about the tattoo originally. He said it then. Like, it wasn't like while he was... It was recently, as of the last 2 years. You know what I mean? So... Go to 2025 then? It might have been 2025. I don't know. I'm freaking tired. To work on to build back any trust. Yeah, but he's not trying to build back any trust. That's kind of the problem.
But it also very much is because of the place that I come from and the world that I come from. And I am working very hard to always be improving and to always be being a better version of myself. I think for a lot of people, that's what they're working on too. And it is a way that we can sort of demonstrate that you can change. You can improve yourself. You can take account.
Yeah, again, I would accept this if he actually, I don't know, acknowledged where I had issues with him, which is the Blackwater stuff that doesn't even get brought up in this entire thing, which is still the worst thing that he's done. You know what I mean? This is like, I don't know, a murderer being like, guys, I know, I stole a Kit Kat bar when I was 5 years old. I can change. Like, dog, you killed somebody. Why are you, well, let's address the elephant in the room. You know what I mean? Would you DoorDash for Platinum if you did it just the thing he's saying? No, because I don't DoorDash for anybody, so definitely not.
Accountability for things that you have said in the past. And while of course the Republican Party is going to try to hammer me into the ground on this stuff, but truthfully, as I go around Maine, people in Maine don't care about that. People in Maine care about the fact that the hospitals are closing.
Yes. You do have a 27-point lead over Janet Mills, so clearly you're right about that. I think in the general it's slightly different,
which
right?
is why like he doesn't need to like not apologize. You know what I mean? You got 27 points to spare. You can't even spare one to be like, I'm sorry for being a part of Blackwater. Like, you can't spare 1 or 2 points for just being like, yeah, Blackwater was bad. Is that part of the problem? Yeah. Also, and it's also that is the case as well, where it's like, yeah, you could be popular if you just like, okay, what if someone's popularity was like running in like rural like Arkansas, and they're like, listen, guys, I have to be anti-black racist. I can't apologize for being a part of the Klan. I know it was, you know, probably not good for me to do so, but I can't apologize for being part of the Klan because people love that I was a part of the Klan. It makes me feel like I was a part of the team, you know? I really feel like a really good person of Arkansas, like Arkansas. You know? They love me here. Like, that's...
The Republican Party, as you know...
PMC stand as a big deal, I guess. And that's where I have a disagreement. He doesn't care, probably thinks it will help him in general. And that's fine. And I have a right to criticize it for it, you know? If he doesn't care about it, then like, if I criticize him for it, then it shouldn't matter. The reporters in Maine who've addressed a lot of the issues, but no one likes to read them. When a black woman declares a cover for him and not jump on the he's a Nazi wagon, she canceled part 2 of her series because people not from main harasser or relentlessly for academic, and people widely overestimate their connection to the reality, especially social media, and are lost in the sauce. I mean, not particularly. I mean, Graham Platter is just popular, right? And obviously, that's not good. Like, that's a bad thing. But he's popular. He's a popular candidate. That's not up for debate. You know? Which is why him being popular, he shouldn't have, like, there's no reason for him to be as cagey as he is when it pertains to his past because of his popularity. You know? Okay, the national audience is more aware of his falsehood than the actual populace. No, or the actual populace doesn't care, which I think is fair. Right? But again, I don't personally care. My politics is very, very simple. It's that, like, he was a part of a horrifically bad and disgusting system. He has to acknowledge that he was a part of that system, and that was a bad thing, and that he should not have done that. You know? My experience, you can't expect people to reflect on things you're talking about on their own. Though Mehdi should push for those questions, and he should go on Hassan's stream, and people on the left should push him with the real answer. Hassan's not going to push him on these answers. I don't know what are people saying that, bro? What expectation do you have for Hassan to push him on these things? Like, where does this come from? There's been literally virtually nobody, for the most part, who was actually like, I'm going to hold Graham Platter accountable for him being in part of Blackwater.
African princess.
Calaflo just subscribed.
It's Graham Platter is popular, so he's our candidate now. The left is passive. This is my biggest frustration with the left. The left is passive. They wait for, and that's what I said like a few months ago, right? The left waits for a popular candidate to exist, and they're like, well, now they're popular, now we will defend them, right? Because the left is defending Graham Platter, not because Graham Platter is like a good candidate, it's because Graham Platter is popular, right? Saying decent things. Like, Mehdi calls him a progressive. Graham Platter doesn't call himself a progressive. He's not a leftist. He's not a socialist. He's not a communist. He's not in the DSA. He's not in PSL. He's not in any on-the-ground leftist movements, right? He's not in, I want to say, maybe he's anti-racist, but I want to call him anti-racist, right? He's, at most, slightly anti-war. Like, at most. But he's popular, and people on the left view him as useful, so they are backing the horse that they think is going to win. And pro-healthcare for all? Sure, yeah, that too. I think why do people actually work with him and meet him at have different views of him and thousands of people miles away through the media is a question more people should ask themselves, since we are the known as immune to propaganda people. No, it's because that's not a question, because I know the answer. He's a white guy in Maine. And he's saying, like, you know, he's saying populist things. Bro, Tucker Carlson could have ran here and had the same numbers. It's just not rocket science. The Democratic establishment is unpopular. He's anti-establishment and a white guy in Maine. Hot swap him in for literally anybody else. I think Hassan's imperative here is that, and he says this openly, we need a candidate who runs on leftist politics and rhetoric so he can shut down people who make the argument that it doesn't work in red states. Yeah, and I just have a disagreement that, like, that's all that matters. Or that's what primarily matters. My first and foremost is the harm that's caused to marginalized people. The winning candidates in red states comes secondary to, like, you know, ensuring the harm to marginalized people does not continue. And it should be overlapping, right? In my opinion, it should be both. Right? It should be Graham Platter announced that he runs. We hold him accountable. He apologizes for it sincerely. And then we're like, okay, cool. And we move on. Right? But instead, it's Graham Platter announced he runs. We criticize him. He says, I'm not going to apologize for it. We criticize him. People saying, why are you criticizing him? We criticize him. People saying, why are you criticizing him? We criticize him. People say, why are you criticizing him? We criticize him. People say, why are you criticizing him? We criticize him. People say, why are you criticizing him? And it goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then it becomes like, you want Janet Mills to win. And then we criticize him. And so you want Janet Mills to win. And then we criticize him. It's like, why are you criticizing him? You want Janet Mills to win. And then we criticize him. And it goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. That's what happens, right? It should be, he announces he runs. We criticize him because we criticize everybody because we want everybody to be better. He says, you're right. I'm sorry for being a part of Blackwater. I'm different now. You know, I shouldn't have done that. You know, we're like, okay, cool. He apologized for it. He's going to be better. You know, and then he runs and then he wins and then we're good, you know? But people view any criticism of Graham Plattner as like, you know, trying to destroy the wider left because you can't defend marginalized people on the left or else you are a wrecker and you're bad for the left and you suck. That's it. It's hard for them to reconcile, yet they still wanted them to win. No, I disagree. It's not at all hard for them to reconcile. It's not slightly hard for them to reconcile. It's pretty easy for them to reconcile. It's more of like an ends justify the means thing, right? It's that like, oh, if we get Graham Plattner in, then like marginalized people's lives will be better, so therefore it's good. You know? Theoretically speaking. That's what the idea is. Insane people conveniently forget that you're supposed to extract everything from a candidate before you pledge to support them. Only for Kamala Harris, specifically, apparently. The criticism, I feel, was proven accurate by dismissing Maine as a state you could swap any white person from in with the same numbers. Hopefully, as time goes on and more people are acknowledging their analysis failed due to arrogance. Honestly, the answer is pretty clear if you vote for Plattner, but the uncomfortable truth is you're putting aside some marginalized group. I mean, the point of the matter is that none of us are in Maine for the most part. He's popular and he's going to win because the base is going to vote for him. It's more about people who are pledging their support for Graham Plattner. You know what I mean? Right? Because if people who liked Graham Plattner were normal about Graham Plattner, they would understand that some people will never like him because of his history and his past. And they have to eat that and accept that, and that it doesn't matter because he's going to win anyway. But those same people feel the need to like shove Graham Plattner down the throats of everybody. Be like, no, you must declare your love for Graham Plattner right now, or else you are a bad person and a bad leftist. For the most part, right? You know what I mean? Him winning justifies somehow and then we can't talk about it? Yeah. It'll basically reaffirm that, like, the next person who runs, like, oh, sorry, you saw what happened to Graham Plattner. We can't talk about his past. Just learn from Graham Plattner. He didn't talk about it and he won. So, like, just don't talk about your bad stuff. Don't talk about your history. Don't ever apologize for anything, you know? Never apologize for anything and you'll just win like Graham Plattner did. At this point, they're going to get mad at you for legally not voting in Maine. I mean, that's basically what the person earlier today did.
And Susan Collins is no fool. She's held that seat for a while. They're doing their Oppo research on you. I got to ask the question, Graham. Is there other stuff out there that's going to come out now, between now and November? Is there another chat forum we don't know about? Another tattoo we haven't seen?
No. Everybody's seen all my tattoos now. And
Blackwater stuff, but, you know, you didn't bring that up at all. But, that's just me, though.
Everybody's read all my internet comments. And we released everything.
Okay.
We put it all back in October.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. And look, the Republican Party is absolutely going to lie. You know, at some point that's coming. They, said they swift voted John Kerry. They said Barack Obama wasn't an American. So like, when it comes to the Republican Party, God only knows what they're going to come up with that isn't true. They just ran an AI generated.
They did, yes. Ridiculous.
Yeah. So like, the dirty tricks. That's all going to happen.
But one last question on this before we move on. What do you say to supporters of Janet Mills' establishment? Everyone say, look, it's just not worth the risk. Why put up someone with all of this stuff who has to explain away Nazi-looking tattoos? Why not just put up the governor of the state who's already won state?
I don't care about that.
Why does a Democrat and doesn't have a tattoo of a skull?
Because he's going to win anyway. You know what I mean? This is a silly question because he's going to win anyway. So, like, establishment Democrats are silly for asking this question because he's going to win, you know? The question is, like, I don't have a question. It's just like this is my moral imperative. It's not a question. He should just apologize for his behavior and take accountability for the harm that he's caused. That's very simple.
Because the governor consistently loses in the polls
to
Susan Collins. And the governor is very much close to the political establishment. The governor was the DS candidate chosen by Washington, D.C. I'll tell you, that's far more risky right now. People don't want establishment politics. People want real people in politics who are going to fight for the material needs of real people.
On that note, let's do a quick rapid fire to see where you stand on some real issues. Would you vote?
I just want someone to ask him, does he think black people tip or not? That's okay. That's my main question. Somebody asked that man, does he think black people tip?
$20 minimum wage?
Yes.
Would you vote to get rid of the Senate filibuster?
Yes.
Would you vote to convict Donald Trump in an impeachment trial?
Yes.
Do you support statehood for DC and Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Do you support Chuck Schumer for Senate Majority Leader?
No.
Is Puerto Rican statehood does that what Puerto Ricans want? It's 50%. It's still 50%? It's getting split. I heard it was 50% like a few years ago. I know DC statehood is overwhelmingly supportive, but like Puerto Rican statehood, it's like I heard independence was getting a lot more support in recent years.
Do you support Hakeem Jeffries for House Speaker in 2027?
No.
Would you support a ban on assault weapons?
No.
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so those answers, I think a lot of people will be nodding along, apart from probably the assault weapons ban question, which I think, as you know, a lot of progressives will disagree with you on and say it's a major issue that helps prevent mass shootings. What would you say to them?
I don't think progressives, for the most part, are like assault weapons banned specifically for like that specific type of gun control. That's a part of it for some people, but that's more of like a establishment liberal like kind of stopgap measure, you know.
I think in a country that's already awash in guns, we have 20 to 30 million AR-15s in America. We don't actually know how many. Restricting access to people with a violent history or people who are going to commit a violent act, that is where we're going to see the most effect. And I support universal background checks, and I support red flag laws, like the one that Maine passed by ballot measure overwhelmingly last November. I think that
that's the more progressive-ish position, from what I understand. So he didn't actually say anything that's like out of line from like, you know, what like progressives want. But also, Mithy Hassan didn't ask good questions, in my personal opinion. Is why he would vote for statehood for PR. That's kind of gross. I don't think he knows like the intricacies of like what Puerto Ricans want, nor do I think he really cares. You know?
Those combined with expanding...
The answer should have been like, yes to DC statehood, but like, you know, I think Puerto Ricans should be allowed self-determination for whatever they would like to happen. That way, you don't even answer the question at all. You put the onus not on you. Because it's true. It's that like, first of all, we shouldn't have any freaking territories in the first place. What are we doing here, bro? But like, if the people of Puerto Rico want independence, they should be allowed to have independence. That was a quick yes. Yeah, because I think I don't think he's thought about it.
Mental health services across the board as part of a much more substantial healthcare system, and using the power of the federal government to elevate people out of poverty. I think holistically, when we think about gun violence, that's where we're going to get the most reduction.
You said earlier this week that you think Chuck Schumer will back your candidacy if you're the general election official Democratic candidate going into the fall against Susan Collins. You're not worried that they might, you know, a la Zoran Mamdani, sorry to go back to Mamdani, they might...
No, they're going to back him. They're going to back him. And I think them backing him is going to say more about everything I said today than anything else. Is the fact that people are so quick to back him and not back Zoran Mamdani.
Might be a sense where actually they just refuse to endorse and back you.
Who the mayor of New York is does not control who is the majority in the Senate. And if Democrats in the Senate want anything else, or they don't want anything else more than getting the majority, any road to a blue Senate goes through the state of Maine. Beating Susan Collins, who we have been unable to unseat for 30 years, that is a goal that the Democratic Party wants to accomplish. And I firmly believe that when I'm the nominee, the Democratic Party is going to understand that, and they are going to want to beat Susan Collins far more than they may have some disdain for me.
I do hope you're right, because
I do agree with that, because he's not a progressive. I think that's why he's like not taking on like the progressive like label or whatever. Also, because he's not really progressive.
Collins is one of the chief enablers of Trump in our lifetime. Last question, Grand Platinum. Josh Keefe, a reporter at the Main Monitor, I believe you went to high school with. He wrote an article recently and he pointed out that you were voted most likely to start a revolution back in high school. What would a Grand Platinum revolution...
Okay, I stopped caring about this. Anyway, to me, military contractors versus U.S. military are the same. Both work with the empire in the eyes of the victims. Harm is harm. So if he apologizes, he clearly identifies why military contractors are bad. All the harm that they've done and do, and they all the power to eliminate the harm the same way he's doing in the military, as disgusting as enrolling because board wouldn't matter. He can't write off what he's done, but he can show regret to all the powers in all his power to make the present better. No, they're not the same to me. They're not the same to me. Just because they're like, if you want to commit harm unregulated, you go to military contractors. Like specifically. We're not saying that the U.S. military doesn't cause any harm, but that is specifically unregulated harm for monetary gain, right? In a way where like the U.S. military is like a jobs program and the poverty draft is real to pull people out of poverty. Private military contractors is like if you want to make money, right? If you want to make money off of the harm you cause towards brown people, you go to freaking Blackwater. And doing that after the history that Blackwater has had is different than just joining the military. Personally. That's the way I view it. We didn't even get to freaking Bad Up Banana. This was Grand Platter Day. We didn't get this either. But this is how we got here in the first place. Because I saw this tweet got freaking linked on my freaking timeline. I was like, Grand Platter was not poor. He joined after 2001 because he wanted to go to kill brown people. He got to a high stakes game. Yes, that too. I said that earlier. But that is definitely a part of it. I think it's a little bit gross of people to put Graham Plattner in the conversation of the poverty draft, right? Because he did not join because of the poverty draft. And that is just a slightly different dynamic, right? Because there are black and brown people who live in this country who, because of the legacy of like segregation and slavery, are forced into ghettos and made as the military as their one few out of like the projects, right? Not to like discount the harm that they cause as well, but like that is a very real dynamic that exists. Graham Plattner was not that. He was like, 9/11 happened, I'm gonna join to kill people. You know what I mean? And that is the thing that happened. That he did. That I think people defending him by being like, oh, it's just, the poverty draft exists. It's just gross, right? And I won't sit here and act like my history with the military, right, does not play into the way that I view Graham Plattner. My history with the military and the way that I was treated by recruiters growing up, and what I've researched specifically with Blackwater gives me a very specific view of Graham Plattner that I think a lot of leftists kind of wash away because, he's popular. There was a Platter, no Blue Charlie. I'm voting, illegally voting for Mills. Would you rather have watched a Bad Up Banana video about Boots Riley? Is that what you want? Is the poverty drive people join ICE? I think joining ICE is slightly different only because there is a lot less propaganda and American exceptionalism that feeds into why the military is doing something good, right? It's slightly different. But it is a similar conversation. Does ICE have high school recruiters? Not as many. I think they probably have a few, but probably not as many. Why? It's just a jobs program, just like the military's job program. It's not positioned in the same way. right? Border Patrol maybe in certain towns. Again, maybe I'm not in a border town, so I don't know. Do they even have any? I think they have some. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to it. Well, actually, they might be similar, right? But like the military will like go to like 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds walking home from school and be like, "Hey, get in the back of my pickup truck." I'm not even joking. This is like literally what like military recruiters do. They're like kids, or they're like pedophiles with candy in vans. So, not saying that ICE doesn't do that, but you know, if they do that, it's the same sort of dynamic in that regard. It doesn't change the harm that they cause, right? But it's to contextualize how they tailor who they get. There's a reason why you don't see rich kids, right, being poverty drafted into the military. Get me on basically, yes. But I set out to say, this was a tweet that came on my timeline. I think because of the apostrophe S. I have Graham Plattner's name muted on my timeline, specifically so I don't go on a freaking stream rant like I did today. But it got past the freaking filter, so I have to add this to my Twitter mother freaking mute words as well. Cavernacle said, "How are the Graham Platter brown shirts doing these days?" This is something Cavernacle does all the time. You need to mute Graham Platter separately, bro. I did. They are muted separately. It's because of the apostrophe S. This is kind of as a separate word because Twitter is badly programmed. But this is something Cavernacle does all the time. Like, if you scroll through his timeline, he just has tweets that are just like, they're just rage bait tweets. He'll be like, "How is the is that furry panda DSA member the head of the DSA or something?" He just freaking he rage baits a little bit, you know? That's what he does. But then Mike replied, "Cracking the skulls of Zionists in Maine." Also, he's not doing this. The Blue Sky Liberal Ultra Alliance isn't looking too good. Yeah, he says the Nebula left. He also says that as well. Here's him talking about wishing that he did a genocide of Native Americans amongst other U.S. crimes. After he got his Nazi tattoo and after he did 3 tours in Iraq, butchering innocent Iraqis, which he said he enjoyed multiple times, close to my age when he wrote this. You got him with a dumb chud opinion 18 years ago. That's motivating. You post about every day about this guy. Hilarious. I care more that he was killing Iraqi and Afghans from 2003 to 2018, and he said that he enjoyed it as recently as this decade. You guys seem to like, and you guys seem like this isn't an issue. Why isn't his long service record a deal breaker? If he was IDF vet, how would you feel? I think my personal moral disapproval of 18-year-old Reddit posts is a lot less important than the fact this guy is out there saying that we should strip Israeli state of support while it commits a genocide of and an illegal war in Iran. I can't read. Because all he did was post on Reddit, not the 3 tours of Iraq and not of Afghan Blackwater Merc work for the Trump administration. How quickly could I find you calling Eli Klein a terrorist if I for much left if I look? Jeez Louise. So is wordy tweets. Gosh darn it. Left needs to stop tweeting some more. He tweeted how the grandpa left 4 times in 1 month. I'm telling you, it's rage bait. There's a lifetime of immoral acts and bad judgment get erased by saying popular things when you're trying to get political power for himself. Weren't you also big on Fetterman? Popular things is the most American, and it's being an American politician against Israel. I wish I lived in that world, man. I mean, okay. To be entirely fair, I have to agree with Calvin on this post here, though. He is saying it is popular. Right? He's saying it because it's popular. Am I tripping? It's popular among Democrats? No, it's popular among Americans. Like, to be anti-Israel as a politician. That's partially why he's so successful. Right? And I'm not even like fully like saying that I agree with Kaepernick on like this entire thing, but like on this point, like I think that's the case. Just really sorry, I'm chewing. But like I think this question is kind of fair. Like, does a lifetime of immoral acts and bad judgment get erased by saying popular things where he's trying to get political power for himself? This is kind of how I feel a little bit, right? Because like Graham Plattner kind of disappeared after he joined Blackwater, not Blackwater, only to show back up a year and a half into the genocide, announced he was running for office, and then he started saying popular things like we shouldn't give support to Israel, which again, that's a popular thing. Not saying that it's wrong to do so, right? Not saying that he's saying the wrong things, but like, I think kind of going into what I was saying today, like that's a fair critique. Not this one. I think I closed it. That's a fair critique of like, is he genuine? I think that's a question that we have to ask ourselves as the left, right? Is he saying these things because they are popular, or is he saying these things because he actually believes it? Right? And we look at his past behavior to see whether or not he believes it. And I think it's fair if you look at his past behavior, you're like, well, he has an old Reddit post where he said that he hated it being in the military and he hates forever wars and stuff like that. So I think he's genuine. I think it's fair for you to come to that conclusion. But I think it's also fair for me to come to the conclusion of he said that, but then he joined Blackwater 6 years later. So is he actually genuine about that? You know? And coming to some conclusion about like whether or not this person is actually genuine about what he's saying is what the question of whether or not he's a Fetterman or not means. That's why it matters. Right? And so yeah, he's saying the correct stuff now, but he can't even when he's lying about being a part of Blackwater, when he has like a Blackwater sticker on his fridge, and he's discounting the fact that he was a part of Blackwater and the harm that Blackwater has caused, it's hard for me to trust him when he says that was bad. If he does say that that's bad. You know? Also weighing the consequences of not engaging with him now versus later. Yeah. And that's how we got Fetterman. If we ask these questions about Fetterman before Fetterman ran, maybe we could have decided on whether or not Fetterman was good or not. And the good question is, if we knew how Fetterman would turn out, right, would you still have supported him? Like, would the Fetterman supporters still have supported him? Would the wider left and progressives still have supported him? And if not, like if you ask somebody, like, would you have supported Fetterman knowing how he turned out, right? If you say no, it'd be like, okay, well, at the time, right, it was just Fetterman or Dr. Oz. People would have been being like, okay, would you rather have this guy or Dr. Oz? You know what I mean? It would have been the same conversation. You know? Look with the military stepdad, many of these guys just want money and hate the actions of the military. It's a weird contradiction that increases with Black and POC and women who enlist. I mean, that's what the poverty draft is, right? But like, that's not Graham Plattner. You know? Are you saying whiter or whiter? Both. Graham Plattner joined the military because he was like, 9/11 happened. I need to join for patriotism. You know what I mean? I feel like Mike prefers to utilize pragmatism when talking about these things. He can overlook these small issues because there are bigger fish to fry. I don't always like that side, but I understand why he feels the need to go that direction. But the problem is that's how you get Fetterman. That's the thought process that gets you to Fetterman. That's what the conversation is about, right? When you overlook the small issues to get to the bigger fish, that's how you get to things like Fetterman. So even if Graham Plattner doesn't turn out like Fetterman, the next time this happens, that person could turn out like Fetterman, right? So we need to analyze the intricacies of the way we interact with these candidates so that we don't actually engage with Fetterman, you know? I think Fetterman actually changed, not that he lied. Oh no, he lied. He's a liar. Like Not even lied. Fetterman didn't change, and he didn't lie. There was signs of him being pro-Israel before he even got elected. Those signs just got exacerbated afterwards, after the fact. So like, more of like he misled. But no, he didn't change. Really need to bury the stroke made him conservative narrative. Yeah, I think it's cope. I think the stroke made him narrative. The stroke made him conservative is cope. The Israel stuff was always there because I remember leftists online being like, "Why are leftists supporting Fetterman? He's pro-Israel." I remember it. I remember those conversations happening. You say that about anything you overlook. You can say I'm being more pragmatic than you, which is why I don't overlook anything. They were called ultra back then if you caught out that, or Bernie's two statism as well. Yeah. Not to mention racism in Fetterman's past. Indeed. But as a caliber, thank you for the 15 months. Anyway, that's the freaking Graham Plattner conversation. I don't know if I can say anymore, bro. That's kind of my point, right? Is that like, I said this when I was talking about endorsements before, so I don't endorse people, right? If you only do good things, I will only talk about you positively. If you only do bad things, I will only talk about you negatively. That's kind of how it is. Right? And so if you win after my negative coverage, then like, good for you. If you win after my positive coverage, then good for you. My goal here is not to like get people elected or whatever. Like, that is, elections are a means to an end. My goal is the protection of marginalized people. Elections are meaningless if we elect people who won't protect marginalized people, like Fetterman. Right? And so we have to do a little bit of housekeeping to ensure that the people that we support, right, actually believe things. And I'm not even saying Graham Plattner can't be that person. But from what I've seen, he has not actually been held to the fire enough to demonstrate that for me. When he's lying about his past, when he's misrepresenting his past, when he's cagey about his past, it doesn't really read to me as somebody who's willing to lead the left and to lead this movement like he's being positioned. Saying Blackwater dissolved the share of propaganda for current U.S. empire? Yeah, 100%. It's fake news. Like, this entire video is actually pretty gross. Like, they're hating right now. I was trying to point out I didn't know about that. I think it was King Burst said it last time we talked about Blackwater as well. But that's like, he's doing the same thing that Blackwater does, and the reason why Blackwater gets away with it, right? He's like, well, their name is different, so they're no longer around. So they weren't a part of Blackwater. And it's gross. It's really gross. And I'm supposed to trust that person to be actually like anti-imperialist? Like, I think it's gross. I think it's gross. But that's my take. That's my take. Hopefully, after I add Graham Plattner's name to this mute thing, I will never, ever have to talk about him again, because he's going to win. And when he inevitably is disappointing, because all politicians are. You know? Even Zohar Mamdani to a certain extent. Right? When he inevitably is disappointing, it's going to be like oh man, why is Graham Plattner doing this thing? Who could have seen this coming? I'm sure more stuff will come up. I don't think it needs to particularly. Like, I don't know how much worse it can get than like literally being like like willingly joining Blackwater at the age of 28 years old. It should make me incredibly doomer, to be honest. Makes me not want to do anything. It shouldn't. It should make you want to hold these people's feet to the fire even more. It should make you want to be on the forefront. Because if you don't do it, who will? You know? You look at the wider left ecosystem, you see everybody doing the platinum glaze, and you realize that, like, if you don't say something, who will? Right? And trust me, it's not a popular thing to say. It's not a popular position to hold. Right? But I don't do things because they're popular. Right? If I did things because they were popular, I wouldn't be covering any of this. Right? I do things because I think they're important. I do things because I think they matter. Right? I do things because my goal is to protect marginalized people. That's what I always say. I put it in my personal statement. I'll put it in my Discord at some point so you can read it. Right? But that's why I do things. And that's why I will continue to do things. So, yeah, that makes me unpopular. That makes me unpopular. I'll eat that. Right? My goal is not to make friends. My goal is not to be liked. My goal is to protect marginalized people. And if I have to be the bad guy to do it, I won't be the bad guy. I just won't be here. I'm leaving. I'll go back to school. Somebody else can do it, though. I'm calling Plattner a victim in the chat. I mean, technically speaking, you can call him a victim of American imperialism, but he's also simultaneously the perpetrator of it. Like, he can be both. Do you think if you ever get a chance to interview Grant Plattner, you'll do it? I don't usually do politician interviews. I'll do that one. I'll do that one. Keep looking at this section. How long is it? Like 10 minutes, bro. Gosh freaking darn it. These are people who will do it, though, obviously. Mostly, one, I don't offer anything. I don't live in Maine. But two, because of it goes against his entire thing. Never admit defeat. You know? And I just don't really like that, you know? It's a very, like, a white-centric, white privileged position. You know? Never admit defeat. Never apologize. I'm like, no, sometimes you should apologize if you do something wrong, you know? You can say, I'm sorry. It's okay. It won't kill you. You won't burst into flames. But yeah. I don't even want to watch this at the moment. Maybe tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm a tired boy. He covers elections perfectly. Okay, we'll watch it. Oh, I'm tired. See, that's why I can't do Grand Platinum coverage. I'm freaking tired.
That active period that you were both in, but also like at the tail end of, I personally see that we are beginning, well, this may be naivete, but I feel like there's a lot of energy toward these politics in the aftermath of Obama, under the current second reign of Trump. For people wanting to get back to these politics is one of the reasons why I've been able to even build a successful platform. But people are often asking, where do they start and like, what do they do when they get there? So if you had to kind of maybe present lessons learned from your experience and from that time frame, what are some things that, you know, you think people entering into organizing, into resistance should be hearing right now?
Just this, and I think this, that you either vote for what you really want, or you vote for betrayal. Both political parties are power centers, right? They're not moral centers, they're power centers. They're centered around the acquisition of power, right? That is their...
What about the Green Party? Checkmate.
The French say their raison d'être, their reason for being. If you look at this from the long lens of history, it may surprise, especially young people, who are in their 20s and 30s. In the earlier years after slavery, North and South, 99% of African Americans were Republicans, right? And they were pulled in because the Republican Party was considered and called the party of Lincoln, right? Here's the problem with that. I hope some of you have read the book by Lerone Bennett. He used to be a writer and historian for Ebony and Jet magazine. Remember those magazines? Lerone Bennett wrote a book, I think it was his last book, called Forced into Glory. And, he really kind of stretched. And I think he understood this would be his last book, so he didn't bite his tongue. He went wild with it. He had fun with it, but he did not care as long as he told the truth. And, we talk about the Emancipation Proclamation. And he writes, and he's correct. In my studies, I found this to be true as well. The Emancipation Proclamation did not free one slave. Not one. It was a military declaration that spoke about people being freed in areas of which they had no control. That is, of which the United States did not have control.
This is true and correct. The Emancipation Proclamation did not free any slave or enslaved people in the Union. They only freed people in the Confederacy, hoping that the slaves would rise up, take arms against the Confederate soldiers, and then join the Union in that fight to destabilize the Confederacy so that they would help to win the war. Yes, in the areas that they did control, like the Union, slavery was allowed. It was only in the secession states, the states that seceded. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying. This is correct.
Control. Because there were, of course, the Confederate States of America, most of the South, and the United States of America, much of the North. So if you're issuing an order, a declaration, and you're telling a Confederate governor or general or government that African people in your state are free, they're just laughing at you, right? So I say that to say, think about politics as a tool and not as a religion. Not as something to be believed in, but as a tool to be used like a hammer, right? Or a screwdriver, or any other kind of equipment. And if it doesn't perform the function of helping people live better, freer lives, then it has failed you. When Huey began the Black Panther Party, Huey and Bobby, he talked about building revolutionary politics that transformed the relationship between the elected official and the community, right? And the black community and the white community, right? You either transform those relationships or those relationships continue in their same form under an illusion and a new name, but they're not fundamentally transformed. Only a revolutionary politics can transform those relationships. And until we get that into our heads, we're just, we're spinning. We're spinning. Think about this. No, I remember I said that 99% of blacks were Republicans. Oh, how did that change? It changed when Kennedy was president, John F. Kennedy, and Martin Luther King got arrested and thrown into I think it was Parchman prison, and thrown into a prison. John called the judge, John F. Kennedy, the president, called the judge and had a conversation with him. And Martin was released from prison. When that story got out through the civil rights movement, many, many people changed their registration from Republican to Democrat. Martin Luther King Sr., the father of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, changed his voting registration from Republican to Democrat. And so it changed. And we have to think of these as instruments or tools.
I mean, that's a tad reductive of how the Southern strategy actually fully happened. It wasn't like that one specific event. But in general, the Republicans got more racist and the Democrats opened themselves up to accept more of the black vote, basically, by being not racist. That's how the party switch happened. But yeah, so it's relatively similar.
Or else, we're not benefiting from politics. If white politicians are doing the same thing as black politicians are doing, then something is wrong. If black politicians are doing the same thing as white politicians have been doing for years, then, you're voting for someone because their skin is dark? What about their ideas? What about their political positions?
So, if I can, again, thank you very much. And I'll just throw this question out and answer it as best you can in the time you have. From my vantage point, we're in a new crisis of struggling against the narrative around black capitalism.
Yeah.
And I know Huey did his reanalysis of black capitalism, but in recent days and weeks, we've had this interview with Jay-Z and GQ. We've had this Dave Chappelle back on NPR. And I'm literally right now, or just a minute ago, looking at a tweet exchange where Boots Riley is in an argument defending against criticism that his next film is going to come out on a Larry Ellison owned property, and defending himself, saying, who else is going to give me $20 million to make a film? Could you just, what are your thoughts on maybe this moment and how we should be interpreting ongoing and increasing, sometimes critical discussions around black capitalism and
cut off, make comment because of how dumb prison calls are. That the Boots Riley thing, that's part of it. And then you have Bad Up and Out jump in and be like, you're a Zionist because I think it was like Larry Ellison's, daughter bought the rights to Boots Riley's film. I'm pretty sure is what it was. And then it's like, you're a fake Palestine supporter because Larry Ellison's daughter bought the rights to your film. You're breaking BDS. And then Boots Riley was like, that's not what BDS is. You're actually breaking the BDS if you think BDS is that because you're on Google. And it was the whole thing. Any Permanent Pictures is founded by Megan Ellison and the production company for the movie. Okay, they're producing the film. Thank you. Defining BS convo again, basically, yes, essentially. But it's very, for what I saw, very dumb. And I don't think Boots Riley should have replied to freaking Bad Up and Out anyway. I think Boots Riley needs to stop arguing with people on Twitter. I think you just block him. Just block him. Like, it's very easy. It's simple. Normal. But that's it. Oh, I'm freaking tired. I didn't even get to talk about this, whatever this is. This insanity. It's Jubilee. I think I know some people in this video too. But like, I don't do Jubilee for this reason, right? Because I think I saw a clip of Mason. I saw Mason did well, but like, I would feel wrong even entertaining this for a debate, because I'm like, because I know Jubilee made it, you know? Mason's cool though. I like Mason. You know, 20 Masons will be a different story. Not even. I think just the format's just like kind of dumb, you know? The format's just kind of dumb. But again, there's also, I think there's a level of nuance there, because like, if you are a person who like knows you're good at debating, you're like, I want to go and do it specifically because if I don't do it and they have some idiots go and do it, they're going to represent our side poorly, and that's going to be bad. That's going to suck. Are they Palestinian or just pro-Palestine white people? They're pro-Palestine people in general. I don't know if they're all white, but they're not Palestinian. Right. I think this is Evan. And maybe this is Michael. I know some of the Jubilee cast. I know a few of them. I know Mason and Evan and Mason and Evan and Mason and Evan and Hair Soup and Mason. Who else do I know? I met Xena a few times. Who else is there? Dean Withers, that guy. I think Jory was on Jubilee at one point. And Mason, that guy too. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Sorry, that's a Grand Platinum with the Blackwater tattoo. Not Blackwater tattoo, sorry. Blackwater sticker in the background. Anyway. This is just, this makes me so mad every time I see it. Let me close it so I don't get into it. Anyway, if you want to watch my Blackwater video, it's here. It's not great. But maybe I'll cut the investigative board section up. And maybe I'll re-upload this. It won't do well. I know it won't do well. It will do very poorly. But we'll see. Thank you all for watching. You guys still copies of this whole record will pop off. I would remake it if it didn't take me like 2 days to film and then like a week to edit. I still have the script though, so I could just re-record it. I don't have my good microphone though. Hear me out. I re-record it again, but with a green screen, and then I make an editor do all the work for me. What's the mic? It's a Shure SM7B. I'm using this one now though. It's the Elgato something. It's an Elgato Do the Wave. Do the wave, you know? It sounds about the same. That's because I'm good with my settings. The version according to Platinum, so the Blackwater went defunct at the end. True. Anyway. Oh man, he probably looks rough. Sorry. It's not funny.
The suspected shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday.
Why does this feel racist?
Appeared in federal court in Washington, D.C.
This was even more racist.
First time yesterday.
Okay, this was triply racist, bro.
And a 31-year-old part-time
Why is he
teacher.
smirking? Don't smirk at me like that. He's like, and you remember that video that's like, I'm in the city of Chicago. Remember that? I was like, let me see. That's not what I thought it was. Okay, hold on. I found it.
Hey, does anyone want to come over to my house? And oh, I forgot. You can't come to my house because no one can ever come to my house because I live in a middle place between world and time. I'm just kidding, guys. I live in the old city of Chicago. Hey, does anyone want to come over to my house? And oh, I forgot. You can't come to my house because no one can ever come to my house because I live in a middle place between world and time. I'm just kidding, guys. I live in the old city of Chicago. Hey.
I'm telling you, this could be the same person.
Does anyone want to come over to my house? And oh, I forgot. You can't come to my house because no one can ever come to my house because I live in a middle place between world and time. I'm just kidding, guys. I live in the old city of Chicago. Hey, does anyone want to come over to my house? And oh, I forgot. You.
That's so funny.
From California faces 3 charges, including attempting to assassinate the president.
Bro, look how
Prosecutors
fast he
say
was.
Allen is likely to face
Not
more
that
charges
fast, though.
as the investigation continues.
As indicated, these are the weapons that the defendant had on his
Judge Janine, she's still the freaking district, the attorney for DC.
person. You can see that's a 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg shotgun. It's a .38 semi-automatic. He had at least 3
Why'd you say it like it was a rap song? 38 semi-automatic.
knives and all kinds of paraphernalia.
He had 3 knives and all kinds of paraphernalia. She gotta hit that though.
These are the weapons that the defendant had on his person. You can see that's a 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg shotgun. It's a .38 semi-automatic. He had at least 3 knives and all kinds of paraphernalia.
Allen faces life in prison if convicted on the attempted assassination charge alone. He has a detention hearing set for April 30th.
He didn't really do nothing. Can you prove it? Nah, he's cooked. Bro, he was retweeting like Olivia Giuliana, so like, no lost love,
This shooting now has the Trump administration reviewing its security measures for the president. According to the White House, the president's chief of staff will meet with the Secret Service and Homeland Security about safety protocol moving forward. The White House says that it's focusing on upcoming events to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Empires only last an average of 250 years, so maybe this birthday will be something spectacular. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I am going to go lay down somewhere. I live in the city of Chicago. What else is happening? What else did I miss? Oh, would y'all see this? Talking about tomorrow, but like my tweet on FaZe Warhammer updates. I'm still painting my gosh darn freaking Titan. It's so much work. I should have painted it before I assembled it, but I'm silly. Yeah, the Megan thing. Anyway, we'll cover it tomorrow. I have to use the bathroom and I have to go. Thank you for watching. Play the song. Bye, YouTube.